challenges of an ecosystem that is stressed.
Things are not moving as fast as they should. Things are improving, but not as fast as they should.
The challenges that we are facing, they are materializing so fast that it's not only my children or grandchildren which will experience the consequences if we fail.
We have the plan. We have the technology. We have the tools. Let's just do it.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world. And at the UN Global Compact, we are trying to embody the values and the thinking of the UN.
Our objectives cannot be met if the private sector doesn't play a fundamental role. And so the Global Compact is a platform in which all those businesses that abide by the principles of and values of the United Nations and of the Charter to work together, representing the best of humankind.
For the last 2 decades, the initiative has grown to encompass local networks in more than 60 countries, engaging directly with over 10,000 companies.
Local networks are the main assets of the Global Compact because we are on the ground.
And their mission is to translate the 10 principles and the global goals into the national business community.
At Rio Plus 20, the United Nations Global Compact mobilized the business community, paving the way for more meaningful private sector engagement in shaping the sustainability agenda.
Any business that continues to operate under its own self-interest will not be around very long. So businesses that have a strong purpose, that understand how they can make society better, will be embraced by society and will be around for a long time.
It is so decided.
Since 2015, the 17 Sustainable
Good morning, everyone. We'll try that again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'll come to each and every table. Good morning, Mmeamkaje. Mko salama? For those who can't understand Kiswahili, are you okay? Have you had breakfast? Did you travel well? Good morning. Mko salama, good morning. Don't worry, tea is at 9:45. So we'll have some tea. Good morning. How are you, ladies? Cameraman, Imeza, they look so good. Anzia hapo. Good morning. Good morning, this table. Are you well? Hi, Liz. So I was just warming you up a bit. Sorry, we are going to start a bit late. So give maybe about 20 minutes for the rest of us to arrive, and then we'll begin. So did anyone catch my name? But I said it. It's the first thing I said. Oh, now you're all awake. So my name is Philippa. You can call me Mary. My name is Philippa Mary, and I will be your first moderator for the day. So yeah, I'm looking forward to a great session. So just be a little bit patient, and then we'll begin in 20 minutes. Sawa sawa? Mtarudi tena, sawa sawa? By the way, I started my career as a teacher. So if there's any teacher in the house, you know how difficult it is to talk to yourself. Si ndio? Wanafunzi tukisema, unasema? Ndio. Si ndio? So we'll start in 20 minutes. Is that okay with everyone? Thank you. Thank you.
I hope in the future, all businesses in the world will think about their own purpose. Business can only exist when they have a purpose.
You have to be part of a sustainable society. You have to be on the right side of history.
I really like to think about us as one big family, as one global compact that are working together with one vision, with one strategy to unite business for a better world.
We are united across the globe for the globe. We're united despite our challenges, no matter how daunting the task may seem. We are united by possibilities because this is bigger than one business, because we are better together. We all have the same job. We are united in the business of a better world.
Our objectives cannot be met if the private sector doesn't play a fundamental role. And so the Global Compact is a platform in which all those businesses that abide by the principles of and values of the United Nations and of the Charter to work together, representing the best of humankind.
Welcome, bienvenue.
Karibu.
Akwaba. Welcome everyone to the third annual Unstoppable Africa, the flagship event of the Global Africa Business Initiative, proudly brought to you by the United Nations and the African Union and hosted by the UN Global Compact.
This forum is far more than a gathering of minds. It represents a bold vision of the role that Africa must play in shaping a sustainable global future for all of us.
Unstoppable Africa is our unstoppable Africa, driving sustainable and inclusive growth for Africa and the world.
Friends, Africa's not just participating in global conversations. Africa is leading them. And as the world confronts challenges, Africa offers solutions, whether in energy transitions, digital transformation, or inclusive trade.
We are good and we know the issues.
So we will lead. You see, one thing that we have to get clear that nobody will develop Africa but Africans.
If we do have access to capital, how are we deploying it to drive the one thing that ensures resilience, economic sustainability, which at the heart of it really comes down to infrastructure.
Everybody is talking about energy transition, electric vehicles, right? And Africa will determine that. We are not going to, again, be poor by exporting our raw green metals. We want to make sure that we are actually adding value to that.
Getting people access to energy, it's also climate action for the continent. We estimate that about 50% or so of the solutions have to be off-grid. And most of that is actually going to come from an endowment Africa has, which is the sun, which is already distributed in a way, if you think about it.
Solar is clearly a huge opportunity. It's today the cleanest and cheapest energy, and a glaring opportunity in Africa, which will create not only direct investment opportunities, but also jobs, because we need to maintain solar panels, etc.
Within Rwanda is the ability to look at how do we couple broadband connectivity investments together with energy infrastructure investment.
Basic connectivity infrastructure is fundamentally important. It's one of the reasons why we've been investing in all these cables, connecting all of Africa with itself, Africa with Europe, Africa with Asia.
We have 42 currencies, 42 payment systems. Businesses cannot operate under that kind of environment. And that is why we have to also deal with the payment system. We domesticate all payments. If you are going to trade within Africa, you use African currencies to trade.
This is the only continent with the most dynamic indicators.
one way or the other, everyone will end up doing some business with Africa one day, to my opinion.
We are going to have the largest working youth population by 2050. How do we ourselves harness this youth so it becomes a plus for us and for the rest of the world and not a minus?
The most compelling opportunity in Africa and one of the most compelling globally is the unlock of the digital economy, because that takes everybody along.
AI is expected to contribute 16 trillion to the global economy by 2030. That's bigger than the economy of India and China combined. We need Africa to have a share of that pie.
AI has a diversity problem. Africa can solve and fill that void by producing inclusive technologies, not just for the continent, but for the world.
Connectivity should become a right. Internet access should become a right for everyone.
Most problems require that the private sector and NGOs and oftentimes government come together, because if we all add what we can add, that's when you actually make the most progress in solving a problem.
Forums like Gabi are so critical because they shape policies, investments, decisions that will define the future of not just Africa, but global economies.
The diversity in, our educational system, our backgrounds, and all of that, it adds so much value to any team that we're a part of. There's so much talent and so much hunger. You're seeing beautiful designs come from these incredibly talented people. We should invest in them because it's going to shift the globe.
African music had the fastest growth of all segments of music. The big thing is to invest in Africa and the right infrastructure, especially to manage the music right.
And this forum is just the tip of the iceberg of what is coming for Africa. We are unstoppable until we are the potential that we believe we are.
Chief. All right.
One initiative that's building on traction now is the Code of Ethics. So this is a set of principles that has been written down to guide businesses on how they can develop policies and practices that are promoting good governance and ethics within their businesses. So this initially was a code that we would send out to organizations for them to sign. But one of the milestones that we're having right now is making this electronic and having organizations be able to sign much faster. So right now we have launched a website where you can get onto the Global Compact Network Kenya. You can access the code. So the publication is now online. You can read all the requirements that are there for you to join and get your high-level executives to sign there on the website. And now beyond that, now we get in touch with you to see if we can have other avenues for deeper engagement, help you ensure that you're keeping track to the obligations that have been put on the Code of Ethics, because it puts an obligation to you as an organization, to make those obligations public and to also push these obligations down to your suppliers, such that you're having a domino effect. These good practices and these guidelines are not just being taken up by your organization, but also for organizations further down your value stream. So that's also been a good win for Kenya.
It was a pleasure to be here today at Global Compact Network Kenya event. The event highlighted the successes and the lessons learned from collective action initiatives from all around the world. And of course, the Code of Ethics and the collective action of Global Compact Network Kenya. For us, it's an inspiration. So I hope that we could also inspire them from headquarters to where to move forward. What are the next steps? How to empower the Kenyan private sector to keep on doing a great work.
And so the discussion is that what more can we do in the country
but also elevate the conversation at that leadership level to drive action as well as impact on issues, business integrity and governance. And so we also see a clear opportunity to expand the conversation around transformational governance and potentially to also explore how can we even leverage the Forward Faster initiative to begin to also drive that level of ambition and action with the private sector to take more ambitious commitments, set targets, even around this very sticky issue around corruption.
Integrity is what you do when nobody's looking. Yeah, making sure you're doing the right thing for no reward, for no fear of consequence, but for the sake of doing the right thing. Corruption is a very, very sensitive topic in our economy and literally all over the world. And action starts from an individual perspective. Like I said at the beginning, we are all individuals, we are all part of these organizations, we're all part of the private sector. It starts with us. Yeah. So we have to make that commitment to be transformed.
And one of the approaches that we promote is called transformational governance. Transformational governance requires companies to not only be internally ethical, accountable, transparent, but to also address the impact that they have on the environment and the societies where they operate, and finally to contribute to peace, justice, and strong institutions, which is the SDG 16.
The other thing I've already mentioned that ties to this is the 21% on third-party assessments and certifications at the lowest levels. So that's again another gap in terms of building networks and nodes. You know, just imagine a spider web. So you are a main player. Let's say you are a Safaricom, you are a Britam, you are an MP-SHA, and you've got other third parties who are around you. So you are doing a great job. What about them? So if, say, a supplier, an SME, also has and builds that, you require that as an obligation. And then they also have third parties, right? So you'll have all those networks, which then will enable us to build a very strong environment that will make even work easier for the public sector, those who are fighting corruption in the public sector.
The Commission mandate is anchored on 4 critical pillars, namely law enforcement, promotion of ethics and integrity, prevention of corruption and unethical practices, and lastly, education, training, and public awareness. The current business environment, you will agree, is highly competitive, and there are organizations and business officials who end up compromising ethical business practices and engage in unethical conduct. Some businesses manipulate their accounts, they misrepresent their performance, they bribe regulatory and oversight agency officials, they engage in tax evasion, irregular procurements, such as bid rigging, supply of substandard goods. Some attach forged tax compliance certificates, forged references of previous works done, provide false credentials of key staff, and many other forms of unethical and criminal conduct.
It's a practice that needs everybody to bow into and extract, because we're talking about change elements, change within how you work, change within how you approach work, and also change within how you approach business.
So the things that we are doing as TI, we are doing citizen demands and oversight. We also do in the area of natural resources and climate governance. A lot of corruption. We are doing public finance management and then institutional development as part of the work that we do to fight corruption.
When you just do an anti-corruption training, when you talk about integrity, it becomes very cliche. But for it to make sense, it has to directly connect with the innate purpose, dreams, and goals of every individual for them to really take it on.
The Compact DRC was created in 2017. And when we were created, we could not even talk about anti-corruption. The word we were using is good governance because it was just taboo to talk about anti-corruption. And today we are able to have initiative to talk about collective action, to have a working group on anti-corruption. It's just to show that step by step, we are heading toward some type of progress.
Sometimes we can have all these
paperwork, good policies, procedures, but it is the action that makes a difference. It is when we monitor or show that we will check on that commitment that makes a difference. Am I saying we're doing it all? No, not at all. In fact, from the week that we've had a conference with the regional teams, I have realized that there's still so much we can do at Safaricom.
I believe the private sector has a lot of roles to play in terms of aligning the value chains. And that means that we have a lot of work cut out for us. It also means that when we are looking at how we undertake businesses holistically, we should be able to proactively and intentionally make sure that we are assisting the government and all other actors that are in this fight against corruption.
Today's session has been so interactive and insightful. You know, I've learned a lot, especially about new ways of tackling corruption, which is a big challenge in this country. And it's a good thing to see that the private sector is really involved in coming on board and helping the government to curb this menace of corruption. Like as a country, we are key with policies, like we are very instrumental in coming up with policies, but now the problem is taking action. And I hope that we'll be able to take more action as opposed to just having good policies and leaving it without implementing them.
So the takeaway for me today was just really appreciating and seeing the room appreciate the interconnectedness of anti-corruption, business integrity specifically, and corporate governance and ethical leadership. Also hearing the interest in not just collective action at the national level, but also the regional level. So I see a lot of good work. We are so glad that we have that.
Good morning again. Good morning again. Now I see the energy has improved. I need some volunteers to come sit here to jazz a meza kidogo. Who would like to volunteer? There's free sweets on the table if you do. Thank you. Tumpigie makofi akikuja. Let the rest, maybe, now you see the table has to follow him, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Please come. Najua ukikaa nyuma, never know. The world might end and you. So once again, good morning and welcome to the Ocean Centers Kenya launch, Mombasa. Can you hear me? I feel like this. Okay, so I think we are full house, so we will officially start. Again, for those who've just come in, we started by singing a song and dance. And so we will ask those who just came after the start time to start with a quick dance. I'm joking. So my name is Philippa. I joke a lot, but that's just to loosen you up and just welcome you to this Ocean Centers Launch Kenya today. We will officially start the program because I can see that we are majority here and we want to make sure that we have the program within good time and we also end at the time that we had stipulated in the program and we can go about our day. So karibuni sana. And as we begin, as I wait for the team at the back to sign up, please make sure you have registered at the door. It's very important for the documentation for this event. So make sure as you've come in, there's a gentleman on my left. Make sure you register your details. You give consent or decline consent for your photos to be taken so that you can proceed well. Mobile phones, we request that if you need to take your call, because we'll have a very packed running program, you can take your phone outside, calls outside, And if possible, because I know we are all, busy business people, you can maybe have it on silent so that we don't interrupt the program. Sindio? We said the rules are, the first housekeeping rule is when I say Sindio, you say yes. Right? Right? Right. Okay. So I'm seeing a few nods. For any persons with disability, we do have a ramp for accessibility at the entrance. And I believe we have a steward who can support with movement with a wheelchair in case you need to move around. And also the restrooms are compliant with persons with disabilities. So you're well taken care of in case you need to move around, take a break. We have made arrangements for that. Like I said, we have a packed agenda today. So we have quite a number of speakers, a lot of good insights and panel discussions to just give you a sense of why we are here today. So we will go through the brief of the agenda today briefly. And then after that, we'll have the first break where we'll have tea at 9:45. And then you can network, you can talk to people. And then at the end of the event, we will have at 12:45, that's when we'll go for lunch. In case of any questions, we do have a working microphone, which will be moving around. In case you have any questions as the discussions go along, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll be able to pass the microphone to you. Let's keep our questions and opinions very respectful so that we can have a cohesive discussion. The restrooms are located at the right to the entrance of this hall. And in case there's any emergency, we need to use the main door that we came in to leave as quickly as possible. After that, photography is at 12:30. After we finish the program, we will have a group photo, assuming we all have consent to do that as we close the program of the day. After we finish that, any feedback that you have of this event, there will be a feedback form that will be shared by Olive, and you can give us your feedback, how we can improve. Did you enjoy the event? Did it meet your expectation? So that for future events, this can be incorporated. Are we together? Are we together? I'm sorry if I'm boring, but I have to, take you through the housekeeping. In case there's any emergency, you don't say, Philippa, you didn't tell us how to live, right? Yeah. So, yes, without further ado, does anyone have any questions, concerns? Hi. I'm seeing a lot of people I used to work with here. So, karibuni sana. By the way, I used to live in Mombasa 3 years ago. So, I have a lot of stories to tell you, but I will try and keep it into my moderator role. But you can find me at tea time. I tell you where the best places to have biryani. Ama nini mtaniambia, sindio? Sindio? Okay. So, do we have any questions, any concerns that we haven't touched on the housekeeping rules? Anything you feel was left out and you would like us to add as we go on with the conversation? We are good? Thank you for that. So we quickly transition into the next agenda of the day. Okay. So we quickly stand up. Karibu sana. So we quickly go into the agenda of the day, which is the launch. And our first order of business is to have, we want to hear from our esteemed guests, what are their remarks, especially when it comes to the launch, the Ocean Centers Kenya launch today. What do they have to say to us as stakeholders that we can continue to carry forward, especially as we launch this very critical engagement today? So for the opening session, we're going to have 3 speakers. And the first, this session is going to take a 3-part approach. We'll have the opening remarks, the welcome address, and the keynote speech. So this is the team that is going to take us through that. And we will have our first speaker, who is Miss Judy Njino, who's the Executive Director, Global Compact Network Kenya. Sorry. So Ms. Njino is actually the Director of Global Compact Network Kenya and has since been since 2013. And she has led the network, leading the platform for mobilization of business, action towards sustainable and inclusive growth. She also manages strategic partnerships with government, the private sector, and the UN agencies. She previously led the Responsible Business Program at Ufadhili Trust and worked with Samaritan's Purse on community water and sanitation projects. So at this juncture, help me welcome Ms. Judy Njino, the Executive Director, Global Compact Network Kenya, to give us her opening address. Karibu sana. Let's give her a round of applause, please. I think we need a better applause, right?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Philippa, for the kind introduction. I'd like to kindly request if we could first do a quick round to know who's in the room with us and just for us to familiarize ourselves. So a quick 5 minutes, just name, organization, where you're coming from, and maybe even what your expectation is for the day. So Philippa, maybe you can assist us with that.
So which table should we start with? Who wants to go first? So I'll pass the mic.
Thank you. Good morning, team. My name is Major Retired Franklin Tonyok. I come from Bandari Maritime Academy. My expectation for this session is just to understand what does Ocean Center bring to us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My good name is Lilian Movike. I come from Mkeni Community Organization. My expectation today is know how best can we protect our ocean from garbage and waste.
Samuel Minyaho is my name. Stella Maris, Kenya. My expectation is to understand deeper why now the Ocean Centers. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Mirera. I work for Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. My expectation is really to network and find out what's more in the Ocean Centers, Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Benedict Kiilu. I work with the Kenya Fisheries Service. My expectation is that we are going to launch this Kenya Ocean Center successfully for the benefit of the country. Thank you.
A very good morning to everyone. I'm Stella Kroll Sululu from Stella Maris, Kenya. My expectation today, it is to understand the role of Ocean Kenya and its launch, and the role that young people will play to ensure that the work of the Ocean Kenya remain to be the epitome that many people will learn from, and the role of scientists in this. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Emmanuel Ewaju. I'm a freelance journalist, and I'm here to learn more about the ocean, climate, and everything. I love telling stories, and basically, this is what I want to do today.
Hello, good morning. I'm Thomas from Ocean Soul, and I'm expecting today to learn more about how community can be improving their livelihood while protecting the marine ecosystem.
Good morning, Mercy Rehema from Ocean Soil. And my expectation today is to learn and also network.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Siana, and I'm from Siana Phillips from Ocean Soul. My expectations today are to understand how we can best support this movement towards a more sustainable blue economy with all of your support and network as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Leonard Alwanga. I'm the chairperson of MSEA, representing MSCs in Mombasa. My expectation is to learn on the ocean centers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shiko Karanja. I'm happy to be here today. I see in the room familiar faces, mentors. My role is country representative for Global Ocean Literacy Initiative, or GOLI in short. I would like to know how this movement is going to partner with existing organizations in ocean stewardship. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nanis Kanana from the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, that is IOSH. I'm so happy to be part of this important discussion. I think I'm keen to know what is the call to action for all of us, and even to get to share our contribution as IOSH to the project.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Captain Liz. I am from Kenya Ports Authority, Senior Marine Pilot. And my reason for being here is because I want to see how we can collectively work with the Ocean Centers Kenya so that we can be able to tap into sustainably improving the coastal livelihood and also the young seafarers and the young generation that is coming up, and how we can be able to assist them to find them in spaces like this. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Luke Samba. I work with the Kenya Maritime Authority. I'm here to learn about the ocean centers and to get to know what contribution we can make to ensure sustainability of our oceans. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Kimoro from Kenya School of Government. I'm expecting to see what is it that under the waters.
Habari zenu. Good morning. My name is Stanley Njai from the Oceans and Blue Economy Office. I just want to make useful contacts.
Habari, good morning. My name is Cosmas Munga from Technical University of Mombasa. I expect a vibrant center, sio leo tu, turudi tena na tufanye kazi. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pauline Musiko. I'm the County Executive Officer for Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry Mombasa chapter. Just here to first learn what the Ocean Centers has to offer in the launch and how the chamber can come in through the chamber leadership and its members, and also to network. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mariam Kidere. I'm from Kenya Ports Authority. I'm here to learn about the mandate of the Ocean Center. That's my expectation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Faith Maraga from Kenya Ports Authority, and my expectations today is to learn about the ocean centers in Kenya. What does it entail, and how can we contribute to promote Kenya maritime industry? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Amunga from AVA.
associated vehicle assemblers, and we have a brand known as Simba Marine. My expectation today is one, networking, and two, very much interested on how the initiative is going to empower more women in the blue economy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Scholastica, a colleague of Jackie every year through Simba Marine. I am excited for the launch today. Sustainability has been addressed so much today. I'm glad for that. My expectation is to see the kind of partnerships that Ocean Center is going to bring to our organizations and bring solutions to the problems that we face. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Abuk Alfred. Other people know me as Menstrual Daddy. I work for Dream Achievers Youth Organization, also a photojournalist. So my expectation for the day is how best can we synergize our efforts in ensuring that we tackle the issues of waste and specifically breaking free from plastic, because for the longest time, recycling does not stop production of plastics. So how best then can the marine ensure that we hold these pollutants accountable? Yeah, the likes of Coca-Cola. Thank you so much.
Morning, everyone. My name is Sita Tirigan. I'm from Kenya News Agency.
Good morning. My name is Jim Waiter. I come from Big Ship Organization, and I'm glad to meet most of you here. And my expectation is to network and gain more insight in regards to blue economy and how we're going to go to work together as a team. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, all. My name's Lawrence Mwenda from the Kenya Coast Guard Service. I'm here to be interested in learning what the Ocean Centers have to offer, as well as our point of entry as Kenya Coast Guard Service in terms of synergize and complementation to the achievement of our mandate. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Judith Akini, a fishmonger from Majengo Saving and Development Group. I'm here to see on the how small scale fishers can be improved in their businesses.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nicholas Okot from Majengo Fish Market. I'm majorly here to understand on how we can do better our business when we work together with the ocean centers, and to understand how the movement of our fish in our oceans so that we can utilize that. Thank you, sir.
Morning, everyone. My name is Nabot Mombui. I'm here representing 001 FM.
Morning, everyone. My name is Charles from Polycon. We are a private testing laboratory. We offer laboratory testing services and inspection. We have labs here in Mombasa and Nairobi. So I'm here to network, as well as also get to know how we can expand the potentials that exist in the maritime sector. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Evelyn Lene from Stella Maris Kenya Board. I'm very keen to see how the ocean centers are going to change the conversation in the maritime platform. Looking forward. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Masibo, Stella Maris Kenya. I'm here to learn, network, and see our role in the success of the Ocean Center. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jen Otieno. I'm here wearing many hats, but mainly today as the board of Stella Maris and also representing WOMESA, Women in the Maritime Sector. I'd like to see how the women in the maritime sector will be able to tap into the sustainability conversation, the blue economy conversation, and see also whether Stella Maris will be able to infiltrate in whatever way they can in matters regarding safety for our fisher folk. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And I can see the concurrent theme is we really want to understand why we are here, right? So we have the team online. So if you'd like, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself. We can hear you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible enough. My name is Joyce Kingati from Community Action for Nature Conservation, or KANCO Kenya, a local NGO working with small-scale fishers. And I'm interested just to see how this movement will take the discussion further in matters inclusion of SSF in the maritime discussions. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Betty McKenna. I work for International Transport Workers Federation. I'm a ship inspector. My expectation is to understand the network and see what is the way forward for the organization in this country, because we have so many organizations in blue economy, but we want to see not just a name, but what are they bringing in the table on the blue economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone can go next. You're free.
My name is Fred Kungu, today representing the University of Nairobi Center for Advanced Studies in Environmental Law and Policy. I'm interested to know what Ocean Centers is all about, what works will they be undertaking, and how can the academia collaborate with this center. I hear there are very few globally, so that makes me even more curious to know how do we take charge of this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Yes, good morning. I'm happy to be here. My name is Engineer Margaret Ugai. I'm the Registrar and CEO, Engineers Board of Kenya. And I would be very interested to see how we can embed engineering skills in improving the safety in the blue economy. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation. I'm with my colleague, Casper. Please introduce yourself, Casper.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, my name is Casper Njoroge. I'm also staff at Engineers Board of Kenya working at Registrar's Office. And I also want to know more about the Ocean Center and the collaborations which we can bring along with EBK as a regulator in this safety space. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Marcel Leroux. I'm from the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, and I'm dialing in here from London, but my colleague Nanis Kanana is representing IOSH there in Mombasa today. And I look forward to hearing all the discussions and to see how occupational safety and health can make its contribution to the Ocean Center Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Zila Otieno. I'm a teacher and also a Rotaractor Club of Malindi under Rotary Kenya. So I am glad to be here today, and I also expect to learn how Rotaractors can contribute towards ocean sustainability in their projects as we serve the community. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anne Tracy Karumbo, and I'm here to know more about ocean centers.
Yes, good morning. This is Augustine Makoha, Moi University. I'm glad to be part of this conversation, to understand more about ocean centers and also identify areas of research and training collaboration. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Joylene Kanina, and I'm here to represent Infinity Creations and Infinity Speed Skating Club. What I want to do today is to see how we can collaborate with Oceans to bring sports through and in cohesion with waste management and also use art to sustain blue economy. Thank you.
Anyone else? I think we have a few who've introduced themselves on the chat. So we've taken note of that. So thank you, everyone. We've taken note of your introductions and we're happy that you're here today. I think, like I was saying before, we have a recurring theme of wanting to understand what the Ocean Center Kenyans can bring to Mombasa. Why are we here today and how can we be part of that partnership? So again, we will invite Judy Gino to give us her remarks. Karibu. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Philippa, and thank you to all of you for your kind introduction. I think we now have a sense of who's in the room with us, including those who are on the screen. A really, really warm welcome on behalf of the UN Global Compact Network Kenya, as well as the Lloyd's Register Foundation, a key partner with us in this initiative. So allow me to just kick off by just giving some remarks. And I'd like to start first by acknowledging the presence of our Deputy Governor, Mombasa County, Honorable Francis Sawyer, who's in the room with us, Asante Sana and Karibu, and our dear Special Envoy and Advisor on Maritime and Blue Economy, Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Kenya, Ambassador Nancy Karigithu, most welcome. All our distinguished guests, we also have our Head of Ocean Stewardship Coalition at the UN Global Compact, Mr. Eric Giekski. I believe he should be on the call very shortly. He'll be delivering some remarks. And our dear partners at the Lloyd's Register Foundation, represented by Beth. Welcome to Nairobi, welcome to Africa, welcome to Kenya. And to all of you, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Fourth Estate, we really do welcome you as we launch the Ocean Centers Kenya. So just to briefly introduce the initiative and why we are gathered here, this Ocean Centers launch and this work that we are going to do going forward is made possible by a collaboration between the UN Global Compact Network Kenya and the Lloyd's Register Foundation and the Ocean Stewardship Coalition of the UN Global Compact. So for those of you who are hearing about us for the very first time, allow me to just introduce who the United Nations Global Compact is and also the work that we are doing here in Kenya. The UN Global Compact is a call to action to companies everywhere to align business strategies and operations with what we are calling universal principles and values. And these principles and values, we've codified them against 4 key action areas. We are calling for the business community to respect human rights, to respect labor rights, to ensure that they are advancing environmental stewardship, and they are working together collectively to advance action against corruption. And so we were launched back in the year 2001 by the former UN Secretary General, Dr. Kofi Annan,
who made a call to the private sector to work together collectively with the UN system to make sure that we are putting back a human face to global markets. And many of you who studied history and who followed really the course of sustainability, you'll remember a lot of the stories back in the day when we had cases such as the Shell Ongoni in Nigeria, and the impacts that private sector was having not only on the environment, but also on people and rights. And so the UN system and the UN Secretary General wanted to use the values that are domiciled within the UN community to extend these values to the private sector. That wherever private sector is doing business, they have to make sure that there's a sense of shared value and that we are not exploiting capital and exploiting markets to the detriment of both our environment and the people who actually get or who stand to benefit from, business. And so the Global Compact does exist as a universal call to action to the private sector to do business responsibly, but to also make sure that you're also extending value to the communities you impact, to your workers, making sure that the environment is protected and that you're also working collectively to, of course, deliver on the Sustainable Development Promise. And many of you are aware, I'm sure by a show of hands, you are familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals. Maybe we can just see by a raise of hands. We know of the SDGs. So the SDGs, of course, are a bigger universal agenda that we are mobilizing the global community to make sure that we are able to deliver on the promise to humanity. And that this is really a promise to make sure that we have peace, prosperity, and that the human race is able to achieve a livelihood and is able to live purposefully on this planet. And so we have a twin agenda to work with the private sector to make sure that they are acting responsibly in the quest of their pursuit for profits, but they are also making sure that they are contributing to border and development goals that we have articulated. And so the Global Compact Network Kenya exists as a country network of this UN Global Compact, which is a global body that's headquartered in the US, in New York. And we are one of 70 country networks or country offices that have a mandate to work with the country private sector to advance responsible business conduct. Our work in Kenya also extends to Uganda. We have a mandate recently to also support companies that are signatories to the UN Global Compact who are based in Uganda. And we are working to support these companies not only to commit to responsible business guided by our 10 principles, but critically to hold their hand to make sure that they are able to effectively implement the principles of sustainable development. So we know a lot of the agenda we drive around rights. It almost sounds as if it's an NGO agenda. So when it comes to the business sector, sometimes they wonder, so what does business respect for human rights mean? And why is it relevant to me? What does labor issues and labor rights have to do with business? My work is to make money and to close shop. But really, we are here to support companies to understand that they have a bigger responsibility. And we are happy to, of course, work with them in this journey to make sure that they're able to interpret those commitments in their business strategies and operations. So here in Kenya, we are working with close to 300 companies that have signed to the UN Global Compact principles. And these are companies that ideally are the largest in the country in terms of their footprint, but also the impacts that they are having on society and the environment. But we also have a huge SME base, which of course is very representative of our economy here in Kenya, with close to over 90% of companies being SMEs. We also have quite a number of them in our network who we are also supporting to make sure that they are really implementing those tenets of responsible business conduct. And being a country network here in Kenya, we happen to be the largest country network in Africa, as well as the Middle East region, which again is a testament to how the private sector in Kenya is alive to the commitments that they owe both society as well as to the different stakeholders that they serve. So we are really proud of that. And we're of course calling as many of you as possible to consider also joining the UN Global Compact as a framework and a universal framework of action that's available to you to advance your own commitments to sustainability. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here at a defining frontier for a safer and sustainable blue economy. We all know that the ocean sustains life, it regulates our climate, it hosts marine biodiversity and supports millions of livelihoods. And we also know the ocean plays a crucial role in regulating Earth's climate and is central to our global response to climate change. Covering 71% of the Earth's surface and containing 97% of its water, the ocean absorbs about 90% of the excess heat generated by greenhouse gas emissions and 25% of carbon dioxide emissions. And while we know this has mitigated some of the impacts of the climate crisis, it has also resulted in ocean warming, acidification, rising sea levels, placing marine life and coastal communities at significant risks. Globally, we know that over 680 million people live in low-lying coastal zones, a number expected to exceed 1 billion by the year 2050. So protecting the ocean is essential for climate action, climate stability, biodiversity, and human well-being. In Kenya, the blue economy holds tremendous potential for jobs, for trade, innovation, food security, and a number of other value-adding services that the blue economy offers. The economy supports close to 2 million Kenyans, directly employing 500,000 in key sectors such as fisheries, tourism, maritime transport, and others. And while the country has introduced measures like single-use plastic bans and marine conservation areas, the safety preparedness of coastal infrastructure, fisheries, and tourism remains under-addressed. These gaps leave communities vulnerable and limit the ability of the blue economy to deliver long-term prosperity. But this potential will only be realized if we embed safety, equity, and sustainability at the core of all ocean-related activity. So many of you have communicated what your expectations is when it comes to the launch of these ocean centers. And we're really keen to work with each and every one of you to make sure that the centers deliver on the promise of a sustainable ocean economy, but also ensuring that we put safety front and center to the engagements that we have to deliver on the promise of the Sustainable Development Agenda. And so safety is going to be a key pillar of the work that we do in these ocean centers. And I wanted to just touch on briefly around the key concepts that we will unpack as part of the launch of these ocean centers. So part of the work that we will explore jointly with you will be issues touching on the safety of maritime workers as well as the fisher folk, safety of vessels and port infrastructure, and the safety of the seafarers themselves. We'll also look into issues of safety of maritime and marine ecosystems, as well as safety of all in the blue economy. So this center will champion safety as an enabler of resilience, prosperity, as well as dignity. Our vision with these ocean centers, Kenya, and we are launching these centers in 7 other countries, is to make sure that we have a platform here in Kenya that is ready for collaboration, bringing new stakeholders together from business to academia, to the NGO, to civil society, to the communities who are affected by the issues that we are dealing with. This is going to be a one-stop shop for all of us to gather to advance issues of sustainable blue economy, but making sure that we have safety at the heart of the work that we are doing. It's also going to be a space for data collection, for dialogue, for evidence, driving innovation and accountability in ocean stewardship. And as I said, it is supported by the Lloyd's Register Foundation, whose global work on safety and public benefit is widely respected. This center will be anchored on evidence, inclusion, and action. And we've heard from the room, issues of gender inclusivity will be critical to the work that we are advancing in this center. We don't want to leave anyone behind in line with the promise of the SDGs. making sure that all people, men, women, youth, persons with disability are able to contribute meaningfully to make sure that our blue economy thrives and that it delivers for all. And so Kenya's leadership in launching this center is timely as the country also prepares to host the 2026 Ocean Conference, which will be a global platform to commit to bold action towards ocean protection and sustainable use. And so at the UN Global Compact, we believe that business will be central to advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is not just limited to SDG 14, which focuses on life below water. We hope to hit quite a number of the SDG goals. We've touched on gender, we've touched on livelihoods, climate action through the initiative of these ocean centers. And I think we all know that from the report that was released about a month ago now, that the SDGs are definitely not on track to be delivered by 2030. So we are falling back behind on progress. And while we've just made marginal progress with about 35% of the goals being on track, there's a high likelihood that we are not going to be able to deliver on these goals in the next 5 years. And so the ambition is for us to really double down on efforts, to work collectively to make sure that we are able to translate a lot of the commitments and the actions that we are taking, making sure that they are advanced at scale to inch closer to that 2030 promise. And this will, of course, require us, all of us, to partner in unusual ways. For the private sector, for the academia, civil society, we all have to bring down the barriers when it comes to partnership, and we have to learn to talk to each other to agree on what are those areas of actions or what are those levers that can help us really drive the sustainable development agenda faster. And so the private sector, which is the constituency that the Global Compact really works with, must step forward, not just to reduce harm, but to positively shape the ocean economy. And you can do this by investing in safer ports, creating decent jobs and value chains, and supporting innovation in marine conservation and circularity. And so our call to action as we get ready to launch this Ocean Center is to work together to ensure that the center becomes a catalyst for innovation, a safe space for dialogue, for all of us to dialogue collectively, and also a platform for action. So this will not be another platform that is launched, but we are really targeted at key actions that will be able to move the needle to deliver on a safe blue economy. And let this launch also mark the beginning of deeper cooperation with all of us across sectors, across borders. As I mentioned, we are collaborating with 7 other countries as part of these centers, and also the generations to come who will benefit from the actions that we take. And all this we are doing in service of a just, inclusive, and sustainable ocean economy. So I thank you very much for your kind attention, and we look forward to the conversations ahead. We have quite a number of leading thought leaders in this space, and we look forward to also their interventions in how they are going to deliver on the promise of these ocean centers. So we look forward to collaborating with you and to advancing this agenda and conversations even beyond the launch today. So I thank you all for your attention, and I have now the pleasure to invite our special envoy and advisor on maritime and blue economy, Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Kenya, Ambassador Nancy Karigithu, to deliver her remarks. Thank you. I think please.
At least now we know where we are coming from and where we are going, right? We understand at least where private sector is very important. You've had the vision for the Ocean Centers Kenya and the call for you to be part of this very important agenda. So next, very quickly, we will go into the welcome address. I didn't know you were. So we have Ambassador Nancy Karigithu, who is going to give us
the welcome address. Just a quick introduction. She is a maritime expert and a diplomat with over 40 years experience. She has experience in maritime safety, sustainability, capacity building, both nationally and internationally. She has previously served in the State Department for Shipping and Maritime in Kenya under the Ministry of Transport, and she is currently the ambassador. So please help me welcome her. She's very proactive and has come on stage, Ambassador Nancy Karigithu.
Thank you very much, very able moderator. Great to see all of you. Good morning. Can I demand a better one? I've been shown by the moderator. Yes. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners in ocean stewardship. Let me write on the protocols very ably established by the previous speaker and start by saying what a great honor it is for me and a personal joy to be able to welcome you all to this very historic gathering, which is the official launch of Ocean Centers Kenya, which is happening at this very scenic English Point Marina and overlooking the vibrant waters of Mombasa. Allow me to extend my warmest regards and greetings to each one of you gathered here from local government, from national government, leaders and national stakeholders, as well as development partners, our partners also from academia, also from the coastal communities, and to all of you here gathered because you are deeply invested in the future of our oceans. Let me especially acknowledge and thank our esteemed guests, beginning with Honorable Francis Thoya, the Deputy Governor of Mombasa County, and Madame Judy Gino, Executive Director of the UN Global Compact Network Kenya, who has just spoken to us, as well as their able partners, the Lloyd's Register Foundation, represented ably here by Madam Beth Elliott. I want to assure you that your presence here today reflects a shared vision, one that unites diverse sectors in pursuit of a sustainable and resilient blue economy. Today's launch is timely, strategic, and very necessary. As you may know, Kenya has been a leader in advocating for sustainable ocean governance, and it will be remembered very significantly that we co-hosted the 2018 Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in Nairobi, the first conference to link the SDGs, which we've heard about from our previous speaker, to the blue economy, and which established frameworks that place oceans at the heart of our national development agenda. The other thing I must mention is that Kenya next year will be hosting the 11th edition of our Oceans Conference, which is scheduled to be held in Nairobi in the year 2026, and which marks the first time that this major global event is going to be hosted on the African continent. The event is expected to significantly focus on highlighting especially Africa's unique challenges and opportunities relating to the ocean. We are very confident and hopeful that the deliberations or the outputs of the conversations we'll be having at the Ocean Center will feed into that conversation when we host that conference. Allow me to invite you to join me in acknowledging a very pressing truth. Our oceans are under increasing stress. Overfishing, plastic pollution, unregulated maritime activities, habitat destruction, and the growing impacts of climate change, which are all eroding the health of marine ecosystems and threatening the livelihoods that depend on them, And I'm glad from the introductions, I heard that we have representation and interest from amongst you in all of those areas. Here at the coast, in places like Lamu, Kilifi, Kwale, and right here in Mombasa, we have witnessed this every day. For many, the ocean is not just an abstract issue. It is a source of food, income, identity, culture, and most important, history and the future. And that is why Ocean Centers Kenya is not just a facility. It is a symbol of collective responsibility, a platform where knowledge meets action, where stakeholders from across society can and will come together to design real, inclusive, and localized solutions. Ocean Centers Kenya will serve as a multi-stakeholder hub, an interface between science, policy, innovation, and community experience. It will support data-driven decision-making, foster research collaborations, build local capacity, and amplify voices from the grassroots to the global stage. But it is not enough to talk about sustainability in broad terms. We need actionable frameworks rooted in evidence, equity, and most important, accountability. So the Ocean Centers Kenya will play a pivotal role in generating and disseminating that knowledge, whether on sustainable fisheries, marine spatial planning, port safety, or the role of our youth and women in ocean governance. Furthermore, Ocean Centers Kenya aligns very strongly with Kenya's commitments to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 14, Life Below Water. It is a practical mechanism for implementing national strategies such as the National Integrated Maritime Policy, as well as, just a minute. Sorry. Ocean Centers Kenya. Sorry, the launch today is not just it's not an endpoint, but a beginning. And like I said, the Ocean Centers Kenya is a practical mechanism for helping us contribute to regional and global blue economy discourse as a country. Allow me to take this moment to express heartfelt gratitude to the partners who have come together to make this launch possible. To the UN Global Compact, Lloyd's Register Foundation, the Ocean Steward Coalition, and the dedicated teams both within government and civil society. Your collaboration has brought this vision to life, and we honor you and laud you for that. To the researchers, policymakers, educators, coastal leaders, and entrepreneurs who will shape the future programming of Ocean Centers Kenya, thank you in advance for your commitment and creativity. Let us also remember and elevate the contributions of our coastal communities, the fishers, seaweed farmers, boat builders, seafood vendors, and port workers who are the stewards of the ocean every single day. Their traditional knowledge, resilience, and innovation must be fully integrated into our policies and solutions. So our launch today is a beginning, a rallying call to deepen our partnerships, expand our learning, and strengthen our coordination across sectors, bring synergies, and allow us as a nation, as a region, to move forward beyond siloed efforts towards integrated and inclusive models of ocean stewardship. We cannot address climate resilience without ocean health. We cannot protect livelihoods if we ignore the degradation of marine resources. And we cannot achieve sustainable development if we leave coastal populations behind. So Ocean Centers Kenya provides us with a platform to unite science with community voices and policy with practice. And in doing so, offers us a unique opportunity to lead by example, not just in Kenya, not only in East Africa, but globally. So allow me in conclusion to again welcome you and encourage us all to fully integrate into and to fully engage in today's conversations, not just as observers, but as active contributors to a better, bluer future. And let this launch always be remembered for not only the speeches or the panels, but for the new ideas, the relationships, the commitments that will emerge from this space. Together, let us reaffirm that the ocean is not just a frontier to exploit, but a legacy to protect. Asanteni sana, karibuni, and may this be just the beginning of a powerful new chapter for ocean stewardship in Kenya and beyond. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. And thank you for clapping without prompting. I think now we are getting the gist of things. So without further ado, I want to introduce our keynote speech speaker, Honorable Francis Toya, who's the Deputy Governor, Mombasa County. And just to introduce him, Honorable Francis Toya is the Deputy Governor of Mombasa County. He is very proactive as a leader, and he has a strong focus on environmental sustainability. He first began his career as a journalist and then went into social justice development issues. And this has actually inspired his shift into public service and county governance. So he is quite celebrated in the county because this is a role he's held. He was appointed as the county executive for lands and later became county secretary, a role he held until 2019. And this has actually been instrumental in his career, having had a regional role in the UK-funded development program that has supported projects in Kenya's coastal counties. So, tumpigie makofi mzuri akikuja Kimombasa. Karibu sana.
Thank you. The Special Envoy and Advisor on Maritime and Blue Economy in the Office of the President, my good friend, Ambassador Nancy Karigithu, the Executive Director of Global Compact Network Kenya. Distinguished guests, good morning. Habari asubuhi. Allow me first to welcome those who are probably visiting Mombasa for the first time and those who are regular visitors. Warm welcome from us. I know the governor was one who was supposed to have come for this event. Apologies from him. Because of other commitment, he was unable to come, but he had asked me to graciously hold fort for him. And as usual, again, when you work as a public servant, always it's a standard practice that there must be a speech you must read. It's not permitted that you start talking your own stuff. So I have a speech that I'll read on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor. So first, allow me to pose a question. What is Mombasa without the ocean? It is a question we must often ask ourselves. Because here in Mombasa, the ocean is not a distant frontier. It is a living presence in our homes, our livelihoods, and our stories. It shapes how we eat, how we trade, how we move, how we relate to the rest of the world. The Swahili culture, our culture, is an ocean of culture. For centuries, we have lived in a rhythm with the tides. Yet as we gather here today, we must recognize that this relationship, once harmonious, has come under strain. Climate change, overexploitation, pollution, and unsustainable development are placing immense pressure on marine ecosystem and to the people whose lives depend on them. This is why today's launch of the Ocean Center Kenya is very timely. And thanks to the UN Global Compact Network Kenya for choosing Mombasa. Participants, we are excited because this is not just an ordinary hub, but a platform where industries, government, researchers, and communities can come together to advance a safer, more sustainable, and more resilient ocean-based industries. It is focused on shipping and ports, fishing and aquaculture, offshore renewable, and finance and investment, speaking directly to the economic lifeblood of Mombasa and the coastal of Kenya. But let us be clear, this cannot be business as usual with a sustainability label. The future of blue economy must not be extractive. It must be regenerative, inclusive, and locally rooted. And that begins with acknowledging the interconnectedness of our ocean systems. What happens off the coast is linked to what happens thousands of kilometers away. Whether it is illegal fishing, sea level rising, or shifting currents. The ocean demands that we think and act globally while responding locally. That is why Mombasa is proud to be one of the founding cities in the Cities with Ocean platform under the IOC UNESCO. This global initiative brings together coastal cities, ports, industry leaders, and UN decade actions into one powerful network dedicated to reimagining how cities interact with the ocean. Through this platform, we are learning from others and also sharing the innovation and community-led approaches that are already happening here on our shores. Here in Mombasa, we are fully committed to restoring a healthy, respectful relationship with the ocean. The UN Ocean Decade provides us with the framework and ambition we need to do this well and to do this together. But no transformation is possible without people. The blue economy must work with the youth in Shanzu, for those who know Shanzu, the women in Likoni, for those who happen to know Likoni, and the fishermen in Old Town, for those who know Old Town. It's just across here. and the port workers in Changamwe. It must empower coastal communities with skills, jobs, and dignity. It must offer clean seas and more secured livelihoods. To the private sector, your role is pivotal. As the drivers of innovation and investment, you shape the blue economy's direction. You are the opportunity creators, but you must also be stewards. You must be bold enough to shift away from short-term gains and towards long-term impacts. To our national partners, let us align our efforts from maritime spatial planning to infrastructure development to unlock the ocean full potential without compromising its future. To our global community, we invite you to work with us. Look at Mombasa, not just as a city with a coastline, but also a city with ambition, leadership, and deep-rooted connection to the sea. Let the Ocean Center Kenya be a compass, a symbol of collective determination to protect what sustains us. We stand here today to say, Mombasa is ready to lead, ready to collaborate, and ready to chart a new course for ocean industries that serve people, planet, and prosperity. Asanteni sana, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Can we have one last applause for all our speakers? Thank you. So next, we have some remarks from Sanda Ojiambo, who's the Assistant Secretary General, CEO, and Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact. So over to you.
Economies are rising around the world. More and more governments and businesses are prioritizing offshore renewable energy and recognizing that sustainable fishing and aquafarming are key to food security. Blue finance is unlocking opportunities to invest in a wide range of sustainable ocean projects. And the global shipping industry, which transports up to 90% of goods, is navigating its way towards net zero by 2050. But while the potential for positive change is enormous, ocean-based businesses face a wide range of unique challenges, particularly in emerging economies in the global south. In fact, ocean industries are some of the most hazardous worldwide and the most susceptible to worsening climate change and extreme weather. While new technologies and the transition to renewable energy promise to benefit maritime businesses, they also present new challenges for workers and existing infrastructure. But against this backdrop, one truth remains constant. Without ocean workers, there is no ocean economy. The Ocean Centers Initiative was designed by the UN Global Compact and the Lloyd's Register Foundation to put safety at the heart of sustainability, to protect workers and communities from harm, and strengthen systems that build business resilience. Businesses, governments, scientists, and communities in some of the world's most dynamic and most vulnerable coastal nations will work with the ocean centers to collaborate and advocate for policies that both protect lives and infrastructure. Because behind every vessel, every port, and every catch, there's a person, a family, and a community. And their safety and well-being are our shared responsibility. Together with the ocean centers, we can help ensure a just, safe, and people-centered transition to thriving blue economies worldwide. Sustainable ocean economies are...
So we've heard from Sanda Ojambo, the executive director. So she sent us that video just to welcome you so that she can also be part of this. She wasn't able to be here today. We also have Vanessa Howard, who is the chief executive of the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, who sent us her remarks as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, it's a great honour to join you today, albeit virtually, for the national launch of the Kenya Ocean Centre. On behalf of the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, IOSH, I'd like to extend our warmest congratulations to the Global Compact Network Kenya and Lloyd's Register Foundation for their leadership and commitment in bringing this ambitious and timely initiative to life. This launch marks not just a milestone for Kenya, but a powerful step forward for the global ocean economy. We meet at a time when the ocean economy is gaining recognition for its vital role in shaping our shared future. From powering 90% of global trade, supporting 3 billion people, and contributing trillions of dollars to the global economy, the ocean is central to the world's transition towards sustainable infrastructure, energy, food security, and climate resilience. But we must also acknowledge this truth. There can be no sustainable ocean economy without safety, equity, and protection for the people who sustain it. Workers in ports, fisheries, marine transport, aquaculture, and the offshore energy sectors must be empowered, not endangered. Safety must be seen as a driver of progress, not a cost. That's why the launch of the Kenya Ocean Centre is so vital. As the world's largest chartered professional body for occupational safety and health, IOSH is deeply aligned with the vision of the Ocean Centres initiative to make the ocean economy safe, sustainable, and fair. Our vision is a safe and healthy world of work for all. Everything that we do helps save lives. Safer workplaces mean less harm through unsafe working and more productive and fulfilling working lives for individuals. This is good for society, for business, and for economies. We are proud to be a UN Global Compact non-business participant since 2021, and through our collaboration with Lloyd's Register Foundation, we are committed to supporting the Kenya Ocean Centre and its broader global network. IOSH is the body that sets the standards of competence and ethical behaviour for good workplace safety and health, and we qualify and train professionals to those standards globally. Our qualified membership of over 50,000 professionals connects over 130 countries, including Kenya and across Africa, with safety professionals actively working in marine and high-risk sectors. Over 1 million managers and employees have received new skills and safety knowledge through completion of an IOSH training course. IOSH has funded valuable research into the maritime sector, including mental health and well-being amongst seafarers working in the international cargo shipping industry, and currently a practical research project with Southampton Solent University to record and analyse adverse health outcomes affecting port workers and seafarers. Our dedicated offshore group offers a unique platform of expertise, insight and innovation from some of the world's most challenging work environments. We are ready to contribute to practical solutions and context-specific approaches. Together with our partners, we aim to build safety capacity through training programs tailored to coastal and ocean-based sectors, support national policy frameworks with technical expertise on marine OSH, launch public engagement and awareness campaigns that promote a culture of safety and resilience, and work collaboratively on pilot projects, research and knowledge sharing that put workers' well-being at the centre of innovation. The Kenya Ocean Centre is one of 7 global centres launched under this groundbreaking initiative by the UN Global Compact and Lloyd's Register Foundation. As stated by the Foundation's leadership, these are not offices, they are living networks of stakeholders designed to support national dialogue and locally defined solutions. They reflect a shared commitment to advancing the Ocean Centre's manifesto and championing inclusive growth, evidence-based action, and nature-positive development. IOSH is honoured to contribute to this ambition. Our collaboration will be guided by a memorandum of collaboration with our Kenyan partners and Lloyd's Register Foundation. This document reflects a mutual understanding of our shared goals and our desire to co-create impact that can be scaled across other ocean centres and settings globally. To everyone involved in bringing this initiative to life, your leadership is inspiring. Your commitment shows what is possible when local wisdom, global networks, and shared values converge around a common purpose. At IOSH, we believe this centre will not only serve the people of Kenya, but also act as a lighthouse for regional learning, resilience, and replication. We look forward to walking this journey with you and to playing our part in building an ocean economy that truly works for all. Congratulations again, and thank you.
Thank you so much. So that brings us to the end of the opening session speakers. And now we are going to quickly go to the second part of the program, which is the journey of the ocean centers. I hope you're not too exhausted. How are you feeling? Energized. Okay. Who else is feeling energized? I've been told not to move around, to stand here when I'm, cameraman. Who is feeling energized? Who's feeling like, can lunch come already? Anyone? We will eat, I promise. But we have to make sure we digest the information that will support us to carry forward. Cindy. Thank you. So next, allow me to introduce Beth Elliott. Karibu sana, welcome. I understand it's her first time in Kenya. And Beth is the Director of Strategic Communications, Lloyd's Register Foundation. Beth is the foundation's director and is responsible for their brand, their campaigns, thought leadership, media relations, and event programs. She has more than 20 years of experience in the private and charity sectors, advising organizations on reputation management and profile building. She's also an internationalization co-director at the foundation and is the foundation's lead for Ocean Centers, Kenya and Ghana. Can we welcome Beth very well? Karibu sana.
Thank you, Philippa, for that warm welcome. So good morning to all. Welcome to Ambassador Nancy Kirigithu, Special Envoy and Advisor on Maritime and Blue Economy at the Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honourable Francis Toya, Deputy County Governor, Mombasa County, and to Judy Njino, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network Kenya, and a huge welcome to all esteemed guests here today. I'm so pleased to be here with you on this special occasion. And I would like to thank the United Nations Global Compact team here in Kenya for welcoming me and inviting me to talk today. And I really must say a huge thank you to Ambassador Nancy Kirigithu, who has introduced me over the last few days to so many incredible people working so very hard at so many organizations here in Kenya in the blue economy space. Next slide, please. Thank you. So my name's Beth Elliott. I'm Director of Strategic Communications at Lloyd's Register Foundation. So we're a global safety charity which has partnered with the United Nations Global Compact to create 7 ocean centres in growing ocean economy countries, of which Kenya is one. And I've been informed this week it's the most important one out of all 7. I'm sure you'll all agree. So we're all here today as our work involves the ocean in one way or another. But it's not just about us here in this room. The ocean involves and impacts on billions of people around the world. It connects us all. The ocean economy is a major economic force. OECD statistics tell us that it provides sustained employment for over 100 million people around the world. Globally, we all rely on the ocean to provide food, energy, and the transit of goods. And yet working at sea remains one of the most dangerous occupations in the world. Next slide, please. In a recent World Risk Poll report launched by the Foundation at the United Nations Oceans Conference in June, the evidence showed us that globally, 3 times as many ocean workers said work-related accidents are the greatest source of daily risk in their lives compared to workers in other sectors. Next slide, please. And almost 3 times as many ocean workers view climate change as a risk to their personal safety compared to workers in other industries. Next slide, please. But the Foundation didn't just look at worries about these risks, but experience of these risks. 33% of ocean workers have personally experienced harm from severe weather in just the last 2 years, compared to 20% of other workers. These statistics show us the unique vulnerability of those who work on or near the ocean. Next slide, please. And yet these workers are less likely to report instances of harm at work, which perhaps suggests to us there's a fear of retaliation, of isolation, or a lack of reporting structures. Unlike many industries where climate threats are still perceived as future risks, ocean workers operate in environments where rising temperatures, stronger storms, and unpredictable weather patterns are daily realities. These conditions not only endanger lives, but also disrupt critical industries like fishing, shipping, and offshore energy, which power the global and the local economy. So we have a collective responsibility to ensure that workers are safe at work and they get to go home safely to their families and loved ones at the end of the day. Next slide, please. So a growing blue economy brings lots of opportunity. It does also bring some challenges. And to tackle these challenges, we'll need to co-create solutions that work for everybody, with people's safety embedded into the development of new technologies, new fuels, new ports, and new ways of working. Now, we know the ocean economy is growing very fast. The OECD estimates that it could double in size again by 2050. But as it grows quickly, it needs to grow safely. And to deliver this economic growth safely, we need to put safety at the heart of sustainability transitions at sea. So what connection does Lloyd's Register Foundation have to ocean industries? Well, it was created just over a decade ago with a mission to engineer a safer world. But we have a long history in maritime. We own a commercial business, the Lloyd's Register Classification Society, and through them we have over 260 years of maritime knowledge and expertise, which is at your disposal through the Ocean Centre. Next slide, please. So the Lloyd's Register Foundation's mission is focused on protecting people from harm, ensuring the infrastructure that we rely on for day-to-day living is safe for society, and ensuring the world has the right skills and education required to keep people safe. So we have 3 priority areas: safer maritime systems, safer sustainable infrastructure, and skills for safer engineering. And through our 2 centres, we collate, create, and communicate the best available evidence. And through our heritage, we learn from the past in order to build a safer future. So we're a grant-giving organisation. We invest in research, in innovation, education, and skills development around the world. And we form ambitious partnerships. We're a small foundation. We know we can't do it on our own. So we seek to form partnerships with others, such as the one that's brought us here today with the United Nations Global Compact, with the aim to build a safer world for all. So we really believe safety is paramount to sustainability. And the question we ask ourselves is, how can something possibly be sustainable if people's lives are at risk in the process? Next slide, please. So our mission, combined with the capabilities and convening ability of the UNGC and a shared commitment, led to the idea to create the Ocean Centres. So during the last few days in Kenya, I've had the absolute privilege of meeting some really inspirational women working in the blue economy. And the Ocean Centres started with two very inspirational women. So Sanda Ojiambo, Assistant Secretary General of the UNGC, and Ruth Bumfrey, Chief Executive of Lloyd's Register Foundation, got together and asked themselves, what more can we do to help businesses and organisations in growing ocean economy countries be more sustainable and safer as they do it? And that initial idea, thanks to passionate people like Olive Mumbo, who is leading the initiative here in Kenya, has grown to bring us here today. Next slide, please. Thank you. So safety challenges demand collective action. We've heard that a lot this morning already. So to make this work, collaboration is key to success. By working together, all these different stakeholder groups coming together, sharing knowledge and experience, the opportunity to co-create local solutions to local ocean challenges is strengthened. So we in the foundation based in London can't pretend to know what's happening here in the ground on Kenya, and we wouldn't pretend to be able to do so. And that's why the Ocean Centres are locally led. It's your knowledge, your expertise, your involvement that will determine how successful this initiative is. Above all, it's a community initiative, underpinned with evidence of what the challenges are and what works, and powered by local knowledge and local governance. There's an opportunity here for local stakeholders to collaborate and create locally appropriate solutions that create safer and more sustainable outcomes. Next slide, please. And I just want to highlight the fact that joining the Ocean Centre here in Kenya does come with a whole range of benefits that you can take full advantage of. So we do need your support, your involvement, your willingness to share ideas, to listen to each other, talk about your experiences, and tell each other what knowledge you have and how that can help at the Ocean Centre. To come together, work together, and help define what the challenges are here in Kenya, and together shape how they can be solved. It really, really cannot happen without you all. So I ask you to please join on this journey and together create something that really can make a difference here in Kenya, where there is just so much opportunity to grow the blue economy in a way that works for you all. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Beth. A better clap. Yes, today we will clap. So I'd like us to break for tea. Is that okay with you? We can have tea and then we come back. So it will be about 20 minutes. Let's break so that, we can stretch our legs, go to the bathroom, talk amongst each other, maybe even change your sitting positions. You never know, you can meet a friend. Cindy? Yeah, so let's break for tea. It's right over there. And then we will come back at 10:40. Sorry, 10:45. 10:45. Sawa. Please make sure you have registered as you get into the door. It's very important that we have your details. So let's break, let's interact, and we come back at 10:45. Thank you.
I could rule my senses for a little while. But some things
Don't buy another pair of glasses until you've seen what this new invention can do. These self-adjustable glasses are
you know I'm the one. Whenever you need something, I'm not just me, or we just can't. Pasando por esa puerta, curvas de tientas, camina con actitud, bailas en cámara lenta, seguro que no puedo aguantarme, que no tuve que acercarme, disculpa mi interrupción, pero quiero preguntarte, ¿cómo tú quieres medio? Estás casado, y si me quieres medio. Mira, señorita, porque tan solita tú tienes medio. Estás cansado, y si me quieres medio. Desde que te vi por la más maldita, desde tu llegada, estás robando miradas. Ellas te miran mis malas, a ti ninguna se compara. En sus ojos, en sus labios, tienes mi ojo más de uno, volando hasta Neptuno. Yo te necesito para ganarme un vestido. Te debo hacer, tienes tan loquito. Yo te necesito para ganarme un vestido. Te debo hacer, tienes tan loquito. Dime si tú quieres medio, estás cansado, y si no quieres medio. Mira, señorita, porque tan solita tú tienes medio. Estás cansado, y si no quieres medio. Desde que te vi por la más maldita. Tú eres perfecta en toda forma posible. Deja de verte no más imposible, sensible, irresistible. Un láser rompible, mami, que está disponible. Contigo siempre yo quisiera irme, no por responderme sería terrible. Un error incorregible, y si tú tienes, no importa. Además, vamos, la vida es corta. Necesito en la mía otra, si no me sofoca y ahora. y necesito, te necesito, ya necesito, mis manos no te necesito, de ver necesito, hoy le repito. Te necesito, para darme un besito, te tienes tan loquito, te necesito, para You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Love it when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. Keep ourselves inside prison, they keep on claiming this freedom. Why can't we just learn these lessons and so much pain to repeat them? So much you rather entertaining to speed them. Say, hey, we're not freedom. What up with your darkness, my old pal? These humans just so proud, they made me shut down my whole battle. They sold me the one for me no time. Then they threw me a cold time. If they're all righteous last night, she wouldn't you know it. Changes, changes, how we gave it, it's still playing with the same. Playing to the same of things, just like the it's like the changing the bye 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 bye. That's not my money. I roll it down, take everywhere, celebrate here. None of us are on the entrepreneur. Take a building and flipping it. Make money, but they don't come easy. So you gotta pay me back if you want to borrow from me. So me, ASAP. Girl, I really. Me have the money, not bumper to bumper. Not only money, the kulu my temper. Nothing come with me and my share. Love me, they go love me tender. Ready to launch, they keep me bang bang. Hold me tight, going down, down. Follow ready to bring it down, down. From start on this on down. But no make a lot of money. A lot of money. A lot of money.
Tea break is over. Let's come back. I hope online you're still with us. Tea break is over. We will be asking people to dance. Tea break is over. Anyone who's late will be doing a dance. Let us come back in. Back. How is Steve? Chai ilikuwa mzuri. Oh, sana. Who didn't have tea? We all had tea. So we are good now, right? Are we good now? Are we good now, gentlemen? I can see some people have brought their offices to the launch. Karibuni sana. So I want us to stand up and dance a bit. I'm actually serious. Let's dance a bit. You know, after food, you need to do a bit of exercise. So we are going to do what the bunny does. So are we ready? Online, you can also join us. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, let's clap for ourselves. Thank you. Let's clap for ourselves. Thank you. So next time, we are starting with the chicken dance, right? Before anything, we register and we dance. Cindy, okay, so thank you so much. We are now in the second session. I apologize. I know we are quite out of time, so we are going to try and take the next part of the program, very quickly. Are we all seated? Okay. My document. So before the tea break, we were going to have the context setting, basically understanding the role of stakeholders in stewardship, in ocean stewardship. So we're going to have a very able speaker who's going to come next. And actually, she's the one who has convened you all today. So can we bring up her introduction? This one requires a very special, and we'll do like another chicken dance and another clap. So can we bring up her bio? So you all recognize her, right? She's the one who's convened you here today, invited me to speak to you today as a moderator, and her name is Olive Mumbo, and she's the country lead, Ocean Centers Kenya. So a quick background on Olive is that she's a dynamic leader driving Kenya's vision for a sustainable and inclusive blue economy. She is the current country program manager at the Ocean Center, hosted by Global Compact Network Kenya under the UN Global Compact Ocean Stewardship Coalition. That's quite a mouthful. So she's leading the efforts at a national level, and her work basically unites stakeholders across sectors to promote offshore wind, sustainable aquaculture, and decent work. So let's welcome Olive as she gives us her address.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction, Philippa. She said we have to pronounce her name right. It's not Philippa, it's Philippa from Italy. So thank you all for coming here. All protocols observed. My name is Olive Mumbo. I'm the country lead in charge of Ocean Centers, Kenya. Next slide, please. Karibu sana on this day. Next slide, please. So I'm going to put context into what's going on, why we're here today, for those who are not aware. So generally, Ocean Centers, we're trying to advance ocean stewardship through strategic collaboration. We are a pioneering partnership initiative between the UN Global Compact Ocean Stewardship Coalition and Lloyd's Register Foundation, as you heard earlier on from Beth, and you, after my presentation, we'll hear from Eric. We are designed to convene and empower key stakeholders across the ocean industries. And this initiative is supposed to serve as a global platform to foster responsible and sustainable ocean practices anchored in safety, transparency, and engineering global excellence. And as mentioned, these are pioneered by two good forces, the UN Global Compact Ocean Stewardship Coalition and World Register Foundation. And that's why you can see on the screen that we are hosted by and supported by. So those logos always have to be hand in hand because this is being done in unison. Our shared vision is to have a resilient, safer world built on engineering excellence and transparency in collaboration within the ocean centers. Next slide, please. As you can see, we have other ocean centers all over the world. In total, we are 7. And for us in Kenya, we are currently based in Nairobi, being hosted by the UN Global Compact Network Kenya. As you can see, we have an ocean center in Ghana, Brazil, India, Bangladesh, Philippines, and Indonesia. Fortunately, we were able to have our global launch in June in Nice, France. And we were supported by the United Nations Ocean Conference, which was an amicable moment to just have a launch. And now for each ocean centers in the span of last month and this month, we've been having our local ocean centers launch. And now finally we're here. I'm happy. And I'm glad also you are happy. Yes? Can we give a hand for all of us being here? Finally, thank you. So for us, it's a global initiative to support safe and sustainable growth in the blue economy. And we stand a chance to address safety challenges in the Kenya's blue economy and development, while also promoting sustainable growth backed up by sound safety and engineering standards, thanks to LRF, and also build capacity and leadership across ocean centers. Next slide, please. For us, we focus on 4 action areas, as you can see on the slide, being shipping and ports for advancing safety and sustainability in maritime transportation, fishing and aquaculture, promoting responsible harvesting and ocean health, offshore renewables, supporting a clean energy development at sea, and finally, finance and investment, mobilizing capital for ocean positive projects. So together, we are trying to drive these areas towards a progressive and resilient and sustainable blue economy. Next slide, please. Oh, hold on. Previous slide, please. This is the slide I was supposed to present on. So what's going to happen basically after these workshops, after this launch, we're going to have a series of 8 workshops globally, and 2 are going to be, excuse me, 2 are going to be inter-country or interconnected. So basically, we're going to do other workshops along the coast. We had a massive number of individuals who are interested in coming for this launch, and unfortunately, we had to put people on the waiting list, and probably they are virtually joining us right now and following through. So ideally, for those who are not able to make it in person, we are still going to have more workshops being held along the coast in the next couple of months until next year, August, in order to incorporate and bring all the different stakeholders at large together. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So ideally, this is how we recruit. First of all, joining ocean centers is completely free. You can join if you are as a member, if you have an entity in the blue economy, working in the blue economy space, and you are based in Kenya. This extends to different stakeholders. I think Beth had mentioned some of them, government, academia, whatever sector you are at. We are trying to follow the UN principle of not leaving any behind. So you can join as a member. Even after this, I'm going to send a link through your emails for those who registered, just for you to register your interest, and then I will be doing the follow-ups in that regard, and then you can be joining our journey and can be part and parcel of this community. Then you can join as a, previous slide, please. You can join as a knowledge partner. Basically, that means these are for the technical individuals in technical communities who bring technical expertise, like engineers and the likes, the scientists. And most of them, for example, are probably not in Kenya, but they're based outside of the country. So we've really received some interest in that regard, and we're recruiting them. And those people who join as knowledge partners will be able to have the opportunity to interact with Lloyd's Register Foundation community, amongst other benefits at large. And then finally, you can join as an ally partner. Basically, in a nutshell, this means that you can join if you don't have anything to do with the economy. And if you feel like my slide is too condensed, you don't understand anything that I'm talking about, but you want to join, we can still include you as an ally partner. For example, I've recruited a couple of ally partners. I recruited, I think, a musician, someone who sings, and she wants to sing about the ocean. So she's an ally partner already. So that extends to everyone. Like I mentioned, we're following the UN principle, not leaving anyone behind, and we're trying to be as inclusive as possible. Next slide, please. So participating with us also comes with a mandate from the UN Global Compact. Just a little bit about the UN Global Compact. It's a local chapter of the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, and they mobilize Kenyan private sector to align business strategies and operations with the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption to advance the SDGs at large. So for them, their mission is to accelerate and scale the impact of businesses in Kenya by upholding responsible business practices and driving action in sustainable development. And they have 4 action areas, being business and human rights, anti-corruption, decent work in labor standards, and SDG innovation and partnerships. Next slide, please. So by joining, you can have some of these benefits as we mentioned on the slides, but keep in mind the eligibility to join is that you have to have, if you're a company or a business, you have to have more than 10 employees. As for ocean centers, like I mentioned, joining is completely free. With the UN Global Compact, it's quite procedural. And right now, they've connected, I think, over 20,000 businesses globally, the UN Global Compact at large, and they're trying to provide a platform to advance sustainable practices aligned with the 10 principles of the SDGs. So that's just about it. Next slide, please. And that's it. My presentation was quick, easy. I didn't want to take too much of your time. If you are interested in joining the UN Global Compact, there's a QR code over there, the screen. And if you are interested in joining the ocean centers, I will be sending you all a thank you email, including a link just to join, and also just a follow-up. And I'm looking forward to interacting with each one of you and seeing how this goes in the long term. So I will leave it to Philippa to introduce Eric, and then we'll continue from there to the panels. Thank you. Thank you, Olive. Let's give her a better clap, girls. So please make sure you scan the QR code so that you can join. You can get to interact more. These meetings will not end here. It's going to continue. You're going to be engaged quite a bit. So make sure that you engage her. So she's seated right there. If you'd like to walk up to her at lunch, that's also perfect. So we have Eric, who's the head Ocean Stewardship Coalition, UN Global Impact Senior Advisor, Ocean Centers. So he is not feeling well, but I understand he sent us some remarks and we wish him a quick recovery. So please, let's hear from him as we transition to the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, and a big congratulations in the Ocean Centers. This is a milestone for us at the UN Global Compact and our friends at the Lloyd's Register Foundation. The Ocean Centers is really a core symbol of how we at the UN Global Compact can work together with the local networks and the global headquarters in New York, with global industry and local companies, with governments and organizations, enabling and transition of the blue economy. And I think Kenya knows this very well. And I remember being at the Blue Economic Forum in Kenya years ago as part of the second UN Ocean Conference. We had good discussions with governments and industry in Kenya about all the opportunities that lies ahead if we do it right. And Kenya has really taken bold steps on ocean policies and stepping up their own industry ambitions, both on port side and shipping side. At the UN, we know if we're going to face some of the massive challenges that the world is facing, if we're going to solve some of these challenges, we really Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues at the UN Global Compact, and a big congratulations on everybody here in launching the Ocean Centers Kenya. This is a milestone project for us at the UN Global Compact and our friends at the Lloyd's Register Foundation. The Ocean Centers is really a core symbol of how we at the UN Global Compact can work together with the local networks and the global headquarters in New York, with global industry and local companies, with governments and organizations, enabling and transition of the blue economy. And I think Kenya knows this very well. And I remember being at the Blue Economic Forum in Kenya years ago as part of the second UN Ocean Conference. We had good discussions with governments and industry in Kenya about all the opportunities that lies ahead if we do it right. And Kenya has really taken bold steps on ocean policies and stepping up their own industry ambitions, both on port side and shipping side. At the UN, we know if we're going to face some of the massive challenges that the world is facing, if we're going to solve some of these challenges, we really need to use the ocean better. If we're going to tackle climate change, biodiversity challenges, social inequalities, and a lack of governance. It's one ocean out there, and we have to use it together, locally and globally. And we know that we need to deliver better food security, both through advancing blue food systems from seaweed to aquaculture to sustainable fisheries. It's a critical element for the way forward and the SDGs, but we also need energy security. And the ocean can provide both energy production in form of renewable energies and trade in renewable energy. And of course, we need trade security, good maritime standards and regulations. And Kenya is really a critical role in the Eastern African region as a global player to really be part of the next frontier in green shipping. I'm really glad to see that this is coming together and that the Ocean Centers can play a critical part in this. We have now 7 centers around the world, and we are growing. The UN Global Compact, as you know, is a global organization, but it's based on the local actions, local commitments, and collaborations. And this collaboration here in Kenya is critical for our work also at the Climate COP, Biodiversity COP, the IMO negotiations, and so forth. And I'm really happy to see this kicking off and really looking forward to working close with you. Again, congratulations, and have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, and we wish him a quick recovery. So before we transition to the next session, we have Benson Kirabe from the Office of the PS Coast Region. He's the Assistant Director, Coast Regional Office, and we'll invite him to greet us and give him some remarks from the Office of the PS. Karibu, Benson.
Good morning. I'm Benson Kirabe, working for the State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries. Madam PS was invited to grace this particular launch, but she was unable to attend. But and sending us message of solidarity, message of support to the launch of the Ocean Centers that is taking place at this particular moment. And I'm going to read a brief message right away. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, it's a true pleasure to join you today for the launch of the Ocean Center Network, also that reflects our shared vision of a more sustainable, fair, and inclusive future. And as a STEM department, we are fully committed to supporting this important initiative. We believe that being visible responsibility is not just basics, but good economics. By embracing the 10 principles of the United Global Compact, we can live together, communities, protect our environment, and ensure equity and fairness in every workplace. Stand ready to work this journey with all of you, such the business leaders, civil society, government partners, because creating a better Kenya requires all of us. Working together, grounded with shared values and collective purpose. Thirdly, engage with us in areas that you, as important partners, understand will improve the business environment in the blue space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Tupigie makofi vizuri tafadhali. Yes, so it's important for us to also have government in the room to also support, especially when this is taking off today. So that's why we've had so many partners representing, so that we can work this journey together. So next, we will get into the fireside chat, which is the final segment of my session, and then we'll introduce the second session and the rest will be a different moderator. So this session really gets to deep dive. Now you as the stakeholders get to understand and hear from some of the practitioners we have today why ocean stewardship matters now. So without further ado, are the panelists ready? We first have our first panelist. If you could bring up her bio. Her name is Judith Akinyi. She's a fishmonger. Judith, please come on stage, take the stairs and have a seat. So Judith is a proud fish vendor from Vita constituency and a member of the Majengo Fish Savings and Development Group. She launched her business in 2020 with 5,000 shillings, and she has steadily expanded it, now sourcing fish from the Indian Ocean and Lake Victoria to meet demand. She's going to let us know the challenges she's been facing, how she's been able to do this business, and what exactly are the opportunities she sees, especially when it comes to what are the opportunities that she sees if today some of these challenges are addressed for her business? How would that be able to be solved? So her goal now is to grow a sustainable fish business and empower other women in Kenya's business. Let's give Judith a warm welcome. And the next panelist is Mercy Mukulu. Mercy is the current country director of Westwell Foundation. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. She's a visionary leader and someone I know from my previous work in Mombasa. She is a leader in entrepreneurship, sustainable development, serving as the country director currently, and congratulations on that. And she drives initiatives, she powers startups, she empowers them, small businesses in the country, equipping them with tools and capital to access networks and to grow sustainability. So let's give Mercy a warm welcome. And that will be moderated by me. Did I send my picture? So, yes. Can I have a second microphone? Thank you. And thank you to the camera team for kuzungusha mic. No one ever wants that role, right? Okay, so hi ladies. How are you doing? You're good. Okay, so I want this to be a conversation. We're at Java and there's really nothing, this is not a panel discussion. I want to get to know you guys. And I will start with Judy. Who are you? How did you start your business? I mean, they all want to know. You've run a fish business for 7 years. Let us know how you did it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. My name is Judith, a fishmonger from Majengo. I've done this business for 7 years. It was not easy when I started it, but we are working day and night to overcome our challenges.
Okay, so why did you start this business 7 years ago?
I started this business to uplift my livelihood and to support other people around me by giving them some employment, of which still we are not at the level that we want it to be.
Okay, thank you, Judith. So you'll tell us more about that later. That level, what is it and where do you want to be? So Mercy, take the mic. So you've worked in this space for a while, and I'm sure the community, the private sector partners know you. You've been a champion, especially for supporting entrepreneurs. So how has that been? And what do you envision, especially since you've done this for a long time in the coastal region? Yeah.
Good morning again. My name is Mercy Mukulu. I work with Vestavele. We'll teach Philippa how to pronounce that later. Vestavele is it's a foundation that runs Vestavele startup houses in different countries. In Kenya, we are based in Mombasa. Why Mombasa? Because we all need to go to underserved areas. And I'd like to challenge Olive and Ocean Centers Kenya. You cannot talk about the ocean in Nairobi. You have to talk about the ocean within the ocean area. I've supported entrepreneurs at different capacities with different organizations. And it's always humbling. There's a lot to learn and there's a lot of satisfaction when you see different growth in different stages, at ideation, at maturity level, at growth stage, different levels as well, both startups and SMEs. In Kenya, we tend to mix the two. They're not one and the same. They're two distinct, different levels. So I'd say very humbling. At the coast, it's beautiful to see sustainability cutting across and eventually ending up in our homes, in the different plates on our tables, but also moving away from fishermen homes where there's only one income, to also seeing the women involved in other things like seaweed harvesting, which eventually solves the ocean problems, but also increases our incomes at homes, gives women the voice, the power, gives us a bit of income in our pockets, and children go to school and we solve a bigger issue.
Thank you, Mercy, for that warm introduction. And I just wanted to understand, because you both are from very dynamic perspectives of the entrepreneurship space of the ocean. So have you seen any businesses that you think are worth highlighting, especially on this platform, that we can talk about solutions for them as we continue?
Thank you, Philippa, for the question. Yes, there are so many. Sometimes they lack voices to amplify what they're doing. Earlier on in the year, we ran a program at our hub called Afro Green, and we had young people, some of them turning marine waste into 3D filaments for printing, some of them turning waste into different ventures of farming, some of them turning waste into fashion. There's someone doing fashion from fish leather. Some of the people are turning fish waste into fertilizer, fish waste into animal feeds, etc. But also businesses like Judith, where we have women growing. You know, you start at getting, do you guys know what is katashingo? Know what's katashingo? You need to ask your neighbor. You need to ask your Mombasa neighbors what's katashingo. So they start selling maybe a kilo. Eventually now they're moving into moving more kilos. They move from a retail aspect to a wholesale aspect to building empires, yeah? There's a lady called Mercy just here in Nyali. She started very small. Now she moves containers of fish in exports. So there's a lot to highlight, especially on smaller businesses. But there's also the other bigger businesses that do bigger type of thing. And their issue will be, how do I promote my cold storage to help me reduce waste in terms of the catch? While the Mama Karanga on the other side is thinking through, how do I ensure I don't have post-harvest losses? The small fish they get, etc. But also there's the fishermen in the sea. And when I came to Mombasa, I came because I was doing a consultancy for a company that wanted to acquire a bigger company here. And I had the luxury of going to the sea for 3 days. And I respect fishermen. I don't think any one of us in this room works as hard as them. And I loved the OSH presentation, because many women become widows because their husbands go and never come back. They have very small boats. They capsize. The ocean is very rough, especially now in this season. So at different stages, the challenges are different, but still it's to advocate for work with dignity, whether at a fisherman's level, whether at a bigger level like the Samakipoa levels, etc., or at the lower levels. Also, in areas like Majengo, Sokoni, there's a fish market. There's a lot that happens there, and Judith knows the story and can tell it better. But there's so much to be seen, even from as simple as the frying oil, handled differently. You go back home with buns. You know what that happens when one parent is down, especially a mother, what that does to the children, and etc. So there's a lot to highlight. And I'm hoping this is part of the Ocean Center's goal, to highlight these stories, to tell it, to help them also be able to tell their stories better. At our levels, I represent the hubs, but also I'm a member of the National Chambers. I can see representation here. And the rest of the Mombasa and the rest of the people outside Mombasa, there's a lot of stories to be amplified and a lot of capital, and not just any capital, patient capital. We don't have any banks at the moment insuring any vessels, marine vessels. And as people living in Mombasa, and I can see some people in ship handling business here, it's questionable. If I can have a vessel worth $3 million, but no one can insure it for me. So at different capacities, so many stories to be told.
Yes, there's yeah, you can clap, it's fine. And I love that you've highlighted the challenges, and I'd like Judith to pick up on that and just tell us, you've run your business, you've said there's somewhere you want to reach, you've not reached. So tell us more about that.
Yeah, the challenges that actually we face, one of the challenges is the storage. We don't have proper storage facilities. You see, when we get that fish and we don't have enough storage facilities, most of them get spoiled. And you see, when the fish gets spoiled, that is already a loss, not just a loss, but a big loss. So one of the challenges we get is the storage facilities. We don't have them, proper storage facility. And you know, with something to do with the food, we need proper storage. And again, second one is financial. if we can get just some financial support to support our business, we can get more women being employed, and not only women, because there is a big challenge at night. When the vehicle arrives at night, we don't have security. So we have to use men. That is where we have to use the manpower to help us as women to go and keep our trucks and other things that we need to do. So those are the challenges we get. And even another thing is if we can get education to the fishmongers on how they can keep, how they can conduct their business well, it can be very well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to pick up on what you're both saying, that yes, there is opportunity for growth, but also there are significant challenges that are hindering that. And my next question, Mercy, is beyond, speaking of things like policy, which would then assist, some of the vessels to be insured, what do you see as an ecosystem can really support long-term sustainable change, in your opinion?
So I'd like to start from the policy level. I was telling Dr. Taiba today, every time people think of policy, you think of government, but you also don't think at a micro level what you and me are responsible for. Policy begins from your organization. What kind of micro policies do you have around sustainability? Even as simple as segregation of waste. In your office, pale kazini, you put all your waste together, isn't it? If you break a glass, if you use a paper towel, if you're throwing a plastic bottle after drinking your nice water, you put it all in one bin, yeah? So policy is not just government. We have our part to play. Make good policies in your organizations and stick to them, build them up and grow them. And then also on the government part, you help us also with policy on that side as well. And then back to the question, sustainability. I like what Judith is saying, business development capacity areas. Record keeping stands on top of everything. When you're in the market, Pale Sega, you don't even have a time to get your book, especially in the morning. I hope you guys go to the market sometimes, if not at all. There are too many customers getting in. And so the Mama Pale will not have time to get the book and write. But it's important for them to even know what is record keeping, how can I do this, etc. But there's also another very key thing for a business markets. If you own a business here, if you're not selling, you're dead. You'll get money today, you'll get a loan tomorrow, you'll run out of cash, yeah? And lastly, liquidity. For them, liquidity is extremely important as small businesses because you get the stock today, and most of them have no capacity to be backed by getting like bigger stocks in debt. So you have to pay in cash most of the time. If it's debt, it's kidogo, and sometimes the microfinance are not very friendly. They'll really come after you. So I'd say the business development aspects, but there's also a different aspect of them doing this because for them, the ocean is not just a business for profit. It's their way of life. You're born seeing the ocean here. That's where you go wash your clothes. That's where you do all your businesses. So it's important for us, residents of Mombasa and all the 6 coastal counties, to understand the ocean is ours and we need to conserve it. Just opposite here in Old Town, the shores are black. How do you explain a very salty place with a very dark sewage-like feel or look? So there's a lot of just us understanding the ocean is ours. We need to conserve it. we need to stop throwing plastic out of your cars, in the ocean. So small human behavior components that mess up our livelihoods. The more we throw plastics, the lesser fish we have, the more we bleach the corals. Eventually, microplastics end up in our plates. So I'd say education on both the business side, but also why we need to conserve the ocean.
Wow, amazing, Mercy. Thank you. So to wind up, Judy, so you've mentioned all the challenges you have. If they were to be solved today, right now, in this room, what would that mean for your business in terms of opportunities for not only you as a fishmonger, but for the community of women you work with?
Okay, for the whole community, the ones I work with, the opportunity that if was to be given now and on behalf of other women was that first, if we can have the storage facility that can reduce the wastage of fish in the market, it can really help to expand our business. We can get more workers there, that is to more employees. And another thing also, when we have enough workers, that means we have to get enough financial support to pay them, to get enough fish for us to enable us work throughout, because we know we are dealing with the food that is being eaten day and night, daily basis.
Thank you, ladies. And as we've come to the end of the chat, let's give them a round of applause. Tuwapigie makofi wakienda. Do you know how weird it is to just walk silently? Thank you so much, ladies. That was amazing. And thank you for your questions. Very important insights we've gotten to learn there that will continue to shape how we move forward in this engagement. Is my other panelist ready? Are you ready? This one, we need drums, tambourines to introduce him. So I've come to the end of my moderating session. You can clap for me. Yeah. Thank you. I love applause. It's been amazing engaging with you all. You're all, I like that you're all attentive, regardless this being the first meeting, and I look forward to engaging with you further. So before I step off the stage, I'd like to introduce my fellow moderator who's going to take over the next session up to the end of today's meeting. And please help me introduce Mr. Kelvin Asige. He's the partner Mwakireti and Asige Advocates. He's basically a lawyer by profession with over 15 years experience practicing law in Kenya and the United Kingdom. His expertise spans contentious and non-contentious matters. Alongside his legal practice, he has 7 years of experience teaching law, postgraduate law actually, and he focuses on public, international, and maritime law. He's known for being very client-centered, strategic legal solutions, and is passionate about mentoring future legal professionals. So karibu sana, Kevin. Tumpigie makofi. Hey, better than that. Anaweza kata kuongea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippa. Good morning, everyone. Can we give Philippa a hand, please? She has done a great job guiding us to this point. It's quite weird listening to someone read a bio about you, All I can say is that I'm glad I'm not in court today. I'm glad it's not in front of a judge, but in front of you lovely people. So karibuni sana. I hope you're all well. Those not from Mombasa, welcome to Mombasa. I'd like to extend my welcome to the ambassador, karibu sana, and to Beth Elliott, thank you for coming, welcome. Judy Njino, Executive Director of the UN Global Compact Network Kenya. Thank you so much for joining us today. So my role here today is not to do much other than to moderate and continue what my colleague has done and done very ably so. So I'd like to invite the panelists for the next panel, in which we'll be discussing safe and sustainable maritime infrastructure. Safe and sustainable maritime infrastructure. So thank you. So if they can be coming up as I read their bios and introduce them to the gathering today. So we have Mr. Stanley Chai, who's a Blue Economy Advisor, Executive Office. Okay, so that's okay. Executive Office of the President. Can we give him a hand as he comes up to the stage? We also have Dr. Mirera Orsted David, Principal Research Scientist at Kemfree. If you can. Oh, I apologize. Everything is falling down today. Morning. Great, thank you very much. I'd like to also invite Mr. Jimmy Mwaita, Community Development Program Manager. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Nanis Kanana, Institution of Occupational Safety and Health Consultant. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Captain Elizabeth Marami, East Africa's first female marine pilot. And we give that, I think that needs a big hand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, right. I think I'll stand here at the corner. Welcome, everyone. Do we have time for like brief bios so everyone knows who we're all talking to or who we're all watching? We have time? Yes? Okay. Right. So we have Jimmy Mwaita. If you can just wave for your fans. Thank you. Jimmy Mwaita is an experienced professional in the community development sector with a strong background in program management and youth empowerment. He holds a bachelor's degree in HR management, has completed specialized training in project management and monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning. Okay, with over 6 years of experience, Jimmy has contributed to several impactful organizations, including Big Ship, SEA, I Choose Life Africa, which are all based in Mombasa, Kenya. Okay, can we give him a hand, please? And we also have Stanley Ndenge Chai. Thank you very much. Stanley Ndenge Chai is a leading expert in the blue economy sector, currently serving as a Blue Economy Advisor in the Oceans and Blue Economy Office within the Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Kenya. With a career spanning over 29 years, Stanley has contributed extensively across multiple sectors, including the maritime, private sector, academia, and government advisory. He holds a degree in economics from Egerton University, Kenya, and has undertaken specialized maritime studies at prestigious institutions such as the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers in the UK, International Maritime Transport Academy in Rotterdam, and the World Maritime University in Malmö, Sweden. Can we give him a hand, please? We also have Dr. Mirera Orsted David. I hope I'm pronouncing the middle name correct. Thank you. Dr. Mirera is a principal research scientist at the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, that's KEMFRI, holds a PhD from Linnaeus University in Sweden, a leading expert in fisheries and aquaculture across Kenya in the Western Indian Ocean. He currently oversees mariculture research and development, building on his previous role as an assistant director for mariculture at KEMFRI. He pioneers community-based mariculture, supporting over 60 farming groups along Kenya's coast, in milkfish and mud crab farming. His work blends scientific innovation, grassroots engagement, and policy advocacy to promote sustainable marine livelihoods. Can we give him a hand, please? Thank you. We also have Nanis Kanana. Yes. Nanis Kanana is a seasoned occupational safety and sustainability professional with over 10 years of experience spanning multiple sectors. Her work is driven by a passion for creating meaningful, positive impact by helping businesses, clients, and communities achieve sustainable growth. She holds a master's degree in occupational health and safety and a bachelor's degree in environmental science from Kenyatta University. Can we give her a big hand, please? Last but not least is our captain. She has very graciously agreed to step in for a panelist who was not able to make it today. So can we just give her a hand just for being a team player? So Captain Marami is East Africa's first female marine pilot and the first woman in the region to earn the UK Master Unlimited certification, the highest maritime navigation qualification. With over a decade of global seafaring experience, she currently serves as a senior marine pilot at the Kenya Ports Authority, ensuring safe vessel navigation in complex port environments. She has also held senior roles along celebrity cruises, including Chief Officer Navigation, Chief Officer Deck, where she led energy-efficient voyage planning and compliance with international maritime regulations. Can we have a big hand for her, please? Right, so off to our panel discussion. As my co-moderator, I think we just keep with the spirit of we're just having a chat. Forget everyone is here. We're just getting to know each other and share our experiences and our thoughts along the topic. So as we said earlier, the topic is safe and sustainable maritime infrastructure. So just to open up, if I may start with Mr. Chai, what does safe and sustainable maritime infrastructure mean to you? Do we have another microphone, please? Oh, yes, thanks.
Safe and sustainable maritime infrastructure is everything. If we look at the history of maritime industry, it goes around 450 billion years ago, and there was a lot of accidents at sea. That's why over the years, because of these accidents at sea, we saw the emergence of IMO. Actually, it came on board to actually regulate safety of navigation, so that goods moving from port A to be reached at the destination safely, because human life is very, very important. So over the years, we have had a lot of accidents at sea, and this has caused a lot of worry in the world. That's why safety is very, very important. That's why before you even venture into a ship, she will tell you, before you even go into a vessel, you have to really study safety issues. That's why we have mandatory courses like STCW, because it is about life. It's not just about goods, it's about life. So it is everything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chai. I just want to maybe continue the conversation with Dr. Mirera. Perhaps drawing from your experience when it comes to the community-based mariculture projects that you have done, how do you inject sustainability and infrastructure concerns within that field?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's interesting because from what my colleague has mentioned and what the Deputy Governor said in the morning is that what is Mombasa without the ocean? And ideally, I could move it off and say, what is the coastal region without the ocean? And what is the world without the ocean? So those are significant questions that you need to ask. So in a small way, what it means is that most of the coastal populations depends on the ocean. So meaning that there is a need of ensuring that then they have to really benefit much from the ocean resources. And that is the genesis by which then we have to introduce mariculture interventions for the communities along the coastline. So the mariculture interventions are in the progressing end. But of course, very significant here to mention is that we are doing mariculture that is quite very sustainable without affecting the other marine ecosystems like mangroves, coral reefs, and all that. So the way we do it is we have assisted the communities to be able to do constructions of very sustainable intertidal earthen ponds where it is suitable. And those ponds are able to stay for more than 10 years, unlike the other pond systems in the terrestrial environment. But of course, very easily is that they depend on the tidal influence. So as the tide comes in, then the water fills those ponds, but of course it is controlled. So the community is not going to pump any water in these fish ponds to be able to farm. So we have made it very easy. Additionally, we have also moved into the aspect of farming other crustaceans like crabs and all that by using simple cages, which are actually deployed in the ocean. So you don't need to bring any water to them, but they depend on the tidal movement for them to be able to flush water in and out, and the communities are able to farm. Similarly, with the seaweeds, that's a delicacy and, of course, an emerging farming species that, of course, is taking place in the world today, and, of course, in Kenya, which also depends on the tidal influence. So all these, we are doing them using very, very simple and domesticated technologies, which are not sophisticated, which then can easily be adopted by the communities, and then, of course, taken forward to ensure that sustainability still continues within the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you give him a hand, please? I'd like to pass or continue the conversation to Mr. Mwaita. And I think this question was touched upon in the previous panel about finance and investment. What's your take on finance and investment as part of the infrastructure when it comes to maritime space in the blue economy?
Okay, thank you so much. From the previous panel, we touched much about the potential of what they are doing. And in terms of financial investment, I can say like the lady, Judith, what she had mentioned about the lack of finances to buy or to purchase the fridges. So one of the things we are looking at in terms of issues to do with the finances is in terms of having microfinances which are able to provide loans opportunity which are favorable to the young people, the women who are already in business, and also they give an ample time to refund the money, because that is the biggest challenge. You're giving a loan today, the conditions are not very favorable, yet you are in the business, you are being expected to make profit, you're being expected to return that money. So all that challenge, we're looking at opportunities which are favorable. Another thing is in terms of access to markets, because the biggest challenge has been the markets within here. How can we be able to open up the market opportunities for the people who are already in businesses? So we are looking at providing local markets. She had mentioned about the fish going bad, and we are looking at how can we solve that problem of one, them being able to access those cold rooms and have those fish always ready and available without incurring any losses. And two, how are they going to be able to sell? We are also looking at the opportunities in terms of the value addition. What other products are they able to make out of what they've been able to harvest within the ocean? And apart from that, there's also the bit of capacity building and technical training. I would say there are two things, like Dr. Oti said about training the communities on best ways to do mariculture, something which they understand. In simple terms, for us, we call it the technical training. So we would want the community to have those technical training to be able to do that work, but also we are looking at having them being able to produce and understanding the entrepreneurship bit of it, because there are two bits. There is a technical bit where you need to understand, let's say, your value chain, maybe you're in mariculture, you're doing crab farming, how do you go about it? And then there's the part of how can I access the market? So those are the opportunities which, when they are being opened up, they will also create more job opportunities to the young people who are within the have business within the blue economy sector. And apart from that, when we're looking at these finances, we are looking at how can we be able to monitor these finances to ensure that whatever finances are being given out there, they are creating impacts to the young people, because there has always been an issue of duplication of let's say the projects which are being implemented because of the lack of the private public partnerships. Most of the time you find that there are parallel initiatives which are being implemented, and yet if you can be able to have a collaboration, have a community of practice where each in each community we understand who is doing what and how they can be able to support, rather than each let's say a funding organization or a donor funding the same person, have 2 or 3 people funding the same person, yet those are funds which are supposed to be distributed among the young people within the blue economy sector who are having businesses. So that is something which needs to the financial bit needs to be in a situation where it can reach the majority who are already working in those sectors.
Thank you very much. Can you give them a big hand, please? That was quite comprehensive. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now to pass it on to Ms. Kanana. Coming from, the sector of occupational safety and health, we have, I think, previous panel has touched upon it, and one of the addresses has touched upon it. How does that feature in creating sustainable infrastructure in the blue economy, in your opinion?
There are so many aspects. I think I would start by saying that safety needs to be viewed as a key driver of progress in driving sustainable blue economy. We've asked ourselves, what would be Mombasa without the ocean? I think I want to take it further and ask us, what would be Mombasa without the people? What would be the ocean without the people, whether it's the people at workplaces or the communities around the ocean? So occupational safety is very much important because it's really important to make sure we are taking care of the people. We are providing safe workplaces because people are the key drivers around the ocean. So we need to protect the people. We need to make sure they safeguard their welfare. We need to make sure that we are minimizing injuries and workplace harm. And in that way, we are really promoting sustainable businesses as well as sustainable investment. Another aspect is ensuring that we are adopting inclusive OSH designs across the value chain. And this entails making sure that we looking at all the categories of people involved. This includes even the vulnerable groups, such as the women, the youth, as well as those working in the value chain that would fall under the informal sector. We have so many small-scale vendors across the value chain. We have the fishmongers that probably are not an industry that is not very regulated in the formal policies that we have. So we need to make sure that we are adopting really OSH designs and policies that are very inclusive and cover everyone so that we are able to safeguard the health and safety of everyone across the value chain. Another important aspect is adopting evidence-based standards and practices. The world of work is changing very fast, and that was been highlighted earlier this morning, owing to technological developments and as well as climate change, among other factors. And as much as we are borrowing international practices, we need to make sure they are evidence-based, and as well, they are very suitable for the local realities. We need to make sure we're looking at what the technology we are using, what are the risks, and what are the suitable mitigation measures. Lastly, I would want to emphasize on looking at occupational illnesses as well. Occupational health, occupational safety is about making sure the workplace is safe. There's no harm. And in most cases, we've seen headlines of injuries at workplaces, major injuries. But the question is, are we giving the same emphasis to work-related ill health? For people who acquire illnesses, occupational illnesses, that means acquiring illnesses from the work they are doing. Are we giving the same emphasis? Who is looking, are we looking at the occupational, maybe respiratory diseases, other illnesses that are being occasioned to climate change? So we need to also lay emphasis on occupational health and not only occupational injuries. And I think lastly, I would want to mention supply chain responsibility. For us to make sure that we are putting safety at the center of sustainability in this industry, organizations need to go beyond looking at health and safety within their gates or within their organization and making sure we holding other entities across the value chain responsible for occupational health and safety. This includes holding vendors, contractors, suppliers to certain standards in terms of occupational health and safety. This is how, as a business, as an investment organization, as a fund, you're able to make sure you're creating impact in terms of occupational health and safety across the process.
Thank you very much. Can we give a hand, please? Thank you very much for that comprehensive insight. And last but not least is Captain Marami. I know we are coming a little bit, we've ambushed you a little bit. Perhaps you could give us some insight, at least from the point of view of transportation and the infrastructure that's required and sustainable infrastructure at that. What is your opinion on what builds sustainable infrastructure as it relates to transport?
So I think this is where I have to prove that a captain wears many hats, and I hope I do not disappoint them. So when we talk about sustainable transportation, at this point, we'll look at shipping in general, vessels, and that's where I'm going to key in because that's the mode of transportation that is used internationally for you to be looking very good today in your clothes. In this room today. And if I may echo first and foremost, a very known conservativist who's called David Attenborough. And if you do not know him, I suggest you find yourself Netflix, watch about planet, and you'll understand why this is so important to learn. In his most recent trailer, he said in his 99 years of talking about conserving the planet, he has realized the greatest of it all is conserving the ocean. And how does transportation come in part? It comes in part from the fuels that we use. We have seen that vessels have been key towards the air being deteriorated in the oceans, in the climate at large. And this has really significantly impacted the climate in the sense that in the many years I was sailing, I'd never seen what I have seen in the past years, such that we would predict that we will have a storm and it comes back 10 times stronger to the extent that we will always have to change our routes. And this has been because of the contributions of the vessels, energy, through the fuels that we burn. Now, how can you be able to change this, especially as Kenya today? In my experience in the past, I have noticed that we have certain areas that we have visited, certain ports that we have visited that have been so adamant towards us switching our fuels before entering their port limits. And this has been switching them to marine gas oils. It may be expensive, but then we do not have Planet B. So this can be incorporated into our systems in Kenya so that we can be able to have this as an environmental policy, whereby upon entering our environmental boundaries, that the vessels will switch to marine gas oil that will not detriment the air that we have. And this is something that has been campaigned for very many years. And we hope that we see it whereby we will move from 0.5% sulfur oxides into the air to 0.1%. And this will be a great contributor. And lastly, I will touch on cold ironing. Cold ironing is whereby ports are going to be able to provide areas whereby they would connect and use not their vessels generators, but they will use the electricity that has been provided to them by the ports. This has been implemented in Turkey. And I remember when I was docking in Turkey, being in the cruise industry, and this was very mind-blowing that we had to switch off all our generators. We've never done that, you know, and we were fully facilitated by the cold ironing project that was there. And I was in a pretty big vessel. We were carrying up to 3,000 passengers. So we were able to do that. And with that, we curb the burning of fossil fuels that have been able to that have been the reason behind major changes in our climate. The Kenya Ports Authority, where I am now newly employed as a senior marine pilot, has adopted a green port policy. And I was very intrigued when I saw a cold iron station that is being used by our tugboats. We are heading in the right direction, and hopefully with the ocean centers together that have partnered with UN Global Compact and the Lloyds Foundation, we can be able to use this and grow better and positively impact the climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give her a big hand? I think we've gotten a very good overview, haven't we, so far? Sorry, I don't know if anyone can see over this side. But before I let the panelists go, I'd like to encourage you to, mingle. Now that you know who they are and you know their names, what they look like, speak to them afterwards, and get to know each other and see how your interests align with one another. But before I let them go, I'd like just to. I'd just like to maybe throw a last question. How would you like to see things move forward in terms of sustainable maritime infrastructure and keeping in mind Ocean Centers that is now launched in Kenya to further this cause? This goes to anyone in any order. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe I'll talk in terms of the vision we see it. The vision of the government is to make Kenya a hub, a maritime hub. And that means a lot of parts have to be built into a whole to make it a part of jigsaw pieces need to come together to make it a whole. So for those of us, for those of you who have followed the story of the blue economy, where we had worked very closely with the Ambassador Nancy, and if you see at the report we wrote, they discovered the road to prosperity. The first thing we did is to secure our oceans in terms of security and safety. So the first thing we did was to bring in the Coast Guard. Because we cannot have safe seas if we have all the blue crimes happening at sea. So that's the first thing we did. It is still work in progress. A lot of things need to be done along that area. And then safety and expertise in the blue economy, it needs a lot of training. That's why I think you have seen we started the Bandari Maritime Academy. The Bandari Maritime Academy came as a regional center for excellency for training in skills across the blue economy value chain. Because without training, it's very difficult to ensure safety and security. And then our port, Mombasa, looks big to some of us who have not been out of this country. It looks big. So we don't want even to attach it, but actually, if you look at it in terms of the money it gives to government, is very small. It's only a 55 billion turnover, bringing around 5 to 6 billion in profit. The money is in logistics, is not in the ports. The logistics are around the port, even in Mombasa, in the way it is around 500 to 600 billion. But then a lot of reforms have to go into the port to make it not a feeder, but a hub. And for you to be able to attract a lot of vessels, there are a lot of things you need to do. Like now, the plan is to make Kenya a bunkering hub, because we don't bunker in Kenya. Bunker is the process of giving the ships fuel. So most of the vessels, they're coming from China with more fuel than cargo. Because they want to bring a lot of fuel and go back. But if we have bunkering, proper bunkering in Kenya, it means they come with more cargo and less fuel. And that is very key. She will tell you, there's no way you can go to a port where you're not sure you are going to get your bunkering gas. And then we did the Kenya our shipyards. I'm sure you've heard about it. Because ships need to be built, ships need to be repaired. One of the biggest expense apart from bunkering in shipping is ship repairs. Unless you have a facility that can do that, it is very difficult. And then, of course, in the process of making the Kenya hub, you'll be shocked. Our tea leaves Mombasa, the port. It reaches our fifth biggest market in South Sudan after 90 days. You know why? Because the shipping line speaking about tea here dumps this tea in Middle East, and it waits for a small ship to be taken to Juba. That one, that's why you're seeing us advocating the revival of Kenya National Shipping Line to be able to control our own logistics. Because the foreign shipping lines are not interested in it. So we are losing a lot of the market outside because we're not controlling our own logistics. So that's why we've been focusing a lot on the revival of Kenya National Shipping. And then on the fisheries side, our experts are here. But Kenya, we are lucky because we have 5 major, there are more, but we have 5 major upwelling regions in the world. In Africa, we have 3, Namibia, Morocco, and the Kenyan Somali waters. It is only in Kenya that we don't benefit from our fish. Because this fish is exported elsewhere, the Seychelles, Mauritius, and Vigo, Spain. It's not landing here. That's why I said in one of the things we have been saying is to revive Liwatoni, the fish landing site. and Shimoni. But eventually the vision is to make Lamu the hub, because it is at the epicenter, more or less, of the upwelling region. So all this that we looked in totality, you don't just look one aspect or the other, because they fit into each other. So those are the kind of infrastructures that need to come into place to make it work. And then we have only a small port, Mombasa, because if you are not a captain, if you don't have the privilege of her, you never see the really ships in the world. What comes to Mombasa are big boats. These are not ships. It's just like if you have not gone beyond Dubai, you never seen the really planes that fly up there, which cannot land. It is not place. So what do we do? There is a serious need to relook again at the KP Act, which is really old, 1978, to give the possibility of private people also to invest in ports, because we have a coastline here, really long coastline, but we are all blinded by a small port here, which we think is very big. That turnover of the port, you cannot even buy at the ship she was navigating. One vessel. The turnover of the KKP for all year, you cannot even buy one of the vessels she was navigating. So we need to open up and think wide and really bring the reforms that are required.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chai. Can we give them a big hand, please? Thank you so much. Please proceed, Daktari.
Just very briefly, is that my seniors already emphasized most of the things. I just want to say that the government is on top of the blue economy agenda, and that's very key for our oceans. And of course, currently the oceans are the different sectors that my senior has talked about. Everybody is dancing his own game in the ocean. Okay. The maritime transport, they're dancing their game. Tourism is dancing their own game. Fisheries, their own game. What we need is what the Department of Fisheries in the ministry is trying to do. Bring all stakeholders together and develop a marine spatial plan. The marine spatial plan will say, here we have maritime transport, nothing else. Here we have aquaculture development, nothing else. These are fishing area, nothing else. So anybody who wants to invest comes to right to the point and is able to execute that. Once we do that, plus whatever my colleague has said, then we are ready to go and move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. A big hand, please continue.
Okay, so for me, my what I really want to say is in terms of the support for the young people and women and the vulnerable. How are we able to invest in them, especially those who have businesses? And I'm also looking at the resilience bit of it, looking at SDG number 8 in terms of the decent economic opportunity, looking at SDG number 13, which is on climate action, number 14. What is the nexus between all those SDGs and how we're going to be able to implement it? And another bit is in terms of the disaster preparedness. How people within the sector and those who are in business be able to bounce back in terms of their investment opportunities, which are going to help them bounce back in scenarios where we're having any sort of disaster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwaita. Big hand for him. Please continue, Ms. Kanana.
Thank you. For me, my emphasis is to put people at the center of a really sustainable blue economy in terms of fast empowerment and making sure that in terms of resources and even capacity. For example, at IOSH, we set global standards in terms of occupational health and safety, and we train people who have responsibilities in the workplace for occupational health and safety. We work also with institutions and universities to make sure that we really be able to train across the world and empower people. We work with universities at a global level. In Kenya, our recent collaboration is with Kenyatta University. Another important aspect is if I look at this room, we have different people from different industries. So there's really a lot of opportunities for knowledge sharing and knowledge sharing that is also suitable to the local context, because we understand the challenges that faces really well. But at the same time, these are really the global partners that we can really get to understand at a bigger picture what is happening outside and what we can borrow. At IOSH, we operate in more than 130 countries. We have more than 50,000 members of IOSH who are really very well skilled. They can act as mentors and advisors on the ground. We also have local consultants like myself. I think today I'm joined with one of our IOSH members, Philip Wangulu. If you could wave to the audience, is very skilled with so many years of experience in the shipping industry. That is just to highlight the local, the opportunities that we have for knowledge really sharing. And lastly is the power of collaborations and partnerships. We're really excited about this project. We've worked with United Global Compact for a number of years. We work with governments to advise them in terms of policy and even sector specific, which would be really very valuable for this important project. So it's about all partnerships, collaborations. Let's keep advancing the discussions. I will be still here this afternoon to continue the conversations and even further how we can continue engaging in the project.
Thank you very much. Can we give her a big hand as Ms. Kanana? And lastly, Captain Marami, what do you see for the future?
What I see for the future is what I've always said, we cannot change what we do not know. It's very important for us to understand and hear and amplify those stories that are not given stages and platforms like this. I am an avid fish eater. I am always at Majengo buying fish. But from today, after listening to Judith, I will be going with a different mindset when I go to buy fish, because I've heard her story. In the morning, when I go for my morning shift, my shift starts as early as 5:30. So at 4:30 in the morning, 5 in the morning, I'm on the road. I see the trucks she talks about. I look at that differently because I know there are security implications that come with the women trying to find a space there. So it's very important that we amplify the stories of the coastal women in our spaces that are trying to gain a platform in the blue economy. They are the future of tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Can we please give a hand to all our panelists today? A big hand, Tafadhali. I think they've done a great job. A great job to illustrate safe and sustainable maritime infrastructure. I'd like to invite you, please, if you go to the back for some photographs, please, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Can you give them a big hand? Right, so as they go to the back to have some photographs taken, I'd like to invite our next panelists, our next group of panelists. We have 5 people who are going to come up on the stage, and the topic we'll be discussing will be securing coastal livelihoods. That's securing coastal livelihoods. I hope the panelists are around. Let me call them up the stage one by one. Please encourage them by clapping very hard. It's almost lunch, don't worry, it's coming, almost here. We have Samba Frederick Luke. Samba Frederick Luke, who's a Port State Control Officer and Acting Director of Maritime Education. Can we give him a big hand? Karibu sana. We have Professor Cosmas Nzaka Munga. Professor Munga, who's an Associate Professor at the Technical University of Mombasa. Can we give him a big hand, please? Next, we have Benedict Kiilu. Benedict Kiilu, who's Assistant Director of Fisheries. Thank you very much. Karibu. Next we have Paul Kimoro. Paul Kimoro, who's a senior principal lecturer at the Kenya School of Government. So give him a big hand, please. Karibu. And we're going to invite Captain Marami. This was the panel she was supposed to be on. But as she says, she wears many hats, and we are witnessing all these hats in their full glory. So Karibu, Captain Marami, once again. A big hand to her, please. So as we wait for Captain to come up, I'll just go over the bios briefly of our panelists. We have Samba Frederick Luke, if you can wave your hand so everyone can see you. There we go. He's a seasoned expert in maritime regulation and education with a strong foundation in mechanical and marine engineering. He holds a degree in mechanical engineering from Jomo Kenyatta University of what's the A stand for in JKUAT? Thank you, agriculture. I was going to say something else, but it's good to ask. Association, actually, that's what I was going to say. Agriculture and technology. He's a licensed chief marine engineer certified by the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore, having trained at the Singapore Maritime Academy and served aboard ships to meet rigorous certification standards. He currently serves as Port State Control Officer and Acting Director of Maritime Education, Training and Labor at the Kenya Maritime Authority. Can you give him a big hand, please? Next, we have Professor Cosmas Nzaka Munga. Please wave for your fans. There you go. Professor Munga, beg your pardon, is a renowned marine scientist and fisheries management expert based at the Technical University of Mombasa. With nearly 20 years of experience in university-level teaching and research, he specializes in the sustainability of small-scale fisheries along Kenya's coastline. His work has informed ecological and socio-economic strategies, notably in the semi-industrial prawn fishery of Malindi Ungwana Bay. He's also a leading advocate for the ecosystem approach to fisheries management in Kenya, contributing to policy development, co-management plans, and marine resource interventions. Can we give him a big hand, please? Karibu, Professor. Next, we have Benedict Kilu. Please wait for your fans. Thank you very much. There he is. He's a seasoned marine fisheries expert with over 27 years of experience in ocean governance and sustainable fisheries in Kenya. He currently serves as an assistant director of fisheries at the Kenya Fisheries Service, where he leads efforts to strengthen marine resource management and policy implementation. He's pursuing a PhD at Pwani University, focusing on the conservation and management of Elasmo branch. Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay, I won't repeat that again. Sharks and rays along Kenya's coastline. His work blends scientific research with practical governance, particularly in ecological risk assessments, and developing guidelines to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. That's IUU. A big hand for Benedict Kilu, please. Next, we have Paul Kimoro. Please wave for your fans. Thank you very much. Can you all see him at the back? Mnaweza kumwona? Okay, sawa. Kama mwoni semeni kitu, msinyamaze, tafadhali. He's CPA Paul Kimoro is a seasoned expert in public finance and governance with over 20 years of experience in both private and public sectors. He currently serves as a senior principal lecturer at the Kenya School of Government, where he leads capacity building initiatives for public officers and institutional leaders. He holds a master's in finance from the University of Nairobi and is pursuing a PhD in business administration finance at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. A certified public accountant, he is an active member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. A big hand for Mr. Kimoro, please. And last but not least, we have Captain Mahami, who's back again. I don't think I need to repeat but you all remember what I said last time, right? If you don't remember, tell me, I'll send you a text. Okay. Thank you very much. So a big hand to all our panelists. Right. As before, we're just having an easy conversation. Don't be worried about them. They're not there. We're just chatting amongst ourselves. So the discussion we're going to be having will be surrounding securing coastal livelihoods. Maybe I'll start the same way I started in the last panel. Perhaps Mr. Samba, if you can kind of ease us into maybe defining coastal livelihoods and how, in your experience and in your field, or what gaps do you see there when it comes to securing our coastal livelihoods on the coast of Kenya? I don't think it's on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sige. First, I'd like to thank the Global Compact Network Kenya and the Lloyd's Register Foundation for the organization that has led to the launch that you're having of the Ocean Centers Kenya. And the theme and objectives are very well aligned with what we do at Kenya Maritime Authority, who is my employer. And in fact, our motto is safe and efficient water transport. So we are so much aligned. And that goes also to the role I play inspecting ships that call the Port of Mombasa, and how they impact livelihoods, and how I see coastal livelihoods being, and how my work aligns with it. So what I do is board and inspect ships that call at the Port of Mombasa to ensure that they are safely operated, to ensure safety, security, protection of the marine environment, and the issue of the engagement and welfare of seafarers. You'll ask me that these ships belong to other nationalities. Why am I taking my time to inspect them? But if some safety issues comes in, some environmental issue comes in, the impact will be felt in the country. For example, there'll be delay in cargo reaching the hinterland, and so on and so forth. But the biggest impact will be in the coastal livelihoods that we are talking about. For example, a vessel runs aground and spills oil along our coast. The effect is that the fishers will not be able to go out and fish. The hotel owners will not have visitors visiting the beaches. Same happens if invasive aquatic species are introduced into our ecosystem. They might eat up our fish, interfere with the ecosystem, and therefore impact livelihoods. And therefore, that's the way I look at coastal livelihoods and how it relates to the work I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a hand, please? That's Mr. Samba. And I'll come back to you later, Mr. Samba. But let's go to Professor Munga. Prof, you work with or you work in research with fishing and aquaculture in your day-to-day. So drawing from the research and your experience, how do we make the coast more sustainable in terms of livelihoods?
Thank you very much.
Protecting the livelihoods, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Sige. How you make sustainable livelihoods, if I get you right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. If I can answer that from a scientific way, you must have information first. that translates to livelihoods. And what I'm thinking about is data, which is very, very crucial when we are dealing with natural resources. And data is nothing but numbers or unprocessed facts. And once that are processed, then it becomes information that can be used for management, decision making. Now, the ocean is very diverse. If I can give an example of just the fisheries resources in terms of species, in the Western Indian Ocean region alone, we talk over 2,000 different species of fish, meaning if you want to bring management in all different species, it must be robust, supported by data, and even some traditional ecological knowledge. All right. So one way of making livelihood sustainable in the fisheries sector is what we call application of ecosystem approach to fisheries management. It is a concept that was coined by the Food and Agriculture Organization, and all the countries in the Western Indian Ocean region, including Kenya, Tanzania, including the island states, we are working towards attaining the ecosystem approach to fisheries management. And why EAF, why ecosystem approach to fisheries management, is that is the holistic management of all the fisheries resources. It takes into cognizance the target species, the fish themselves, how well they are, okay, in addition to the ecosystem, okay, where these organisms interact in nature. So you have to take care of those two for survival. If you mess with the environment, you are also going to mess with the target species. And that is how sustainability is. So it is very, very important to secure these livelihoods. We are all striving towards achieving ecosystem approach to fisheries. I'll give an example. In the 1980s, when I was still in primary school, maybe some of you are not yet born, and even 90s, early 2000, we used to read statistics, landings, and Kilo here will agree with me, annual landing between 8,000 to 9,000 metric tons. And it was that figure over and over again. And that's very dangerous because decisions are made by numbers and figures. Then around mid-2000, through research and projects, we realized that we had been underreporting our catches, okay? And that is, we realized we land more fish now, almost 30,000 metric tons annually. And if it were not for figures and facts, that would not have happened. So it is very, very important, securing livelihoods. We start with information, and what we need here is the ecosystem approach, which is what we are trying to strive now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Prof. Can we give him a big hand, please, Professor Munga? Now, next to Mr. Kiilu, I just wanted to maybe take the conversation to offshore renewables, which is part of what you research, and how that interacts with creating a sustainable, or rather promoting sustainable coastal livelihoods. What would you say in that regard, from your experience? What have you seen?
Thank you very much for that question. A very important question that, in my view, sits at the intersection between destruction and progress, economic progress, if I may say. As an intersection of sustainability, marine conservation, and innovation in technologies. So when you think about innovative technologies that are being done offshore, you have to think again about the impacts that they are going to have on very sensitive, highly sensitive species like sharks and rays, and how these installations are going to disrupt the habitats and how these installations are going to produce a lot of noise, how these installations are creating magnetic fields that are impacting on the organisms. And this brings in the idea of, and several speakers have mentioned, marine spatial planning, which needs to be done carefully in order to consider the migratory routes, the feeding areas, and the breeding areas of these sensitive species. So marine spatial planning that needs to be inclusive, consultative, and if it is done correctly, I can assure you that we will be able to transition from energy sources that emit a lot of carbon into green energy comfortably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a big hand? That's Mr. Kielu. Now we come to Mr. Kimoro, Paul Kimoro, who is perhaps going to talk to us from a finance and investment perspective and how that links with securing coastal livelihoods. What is your opinion?
Okay, thank you. I think one thing we need to appreciate since the discussion started in the morning, we are talking about sustainability of the blue economy. We are talking about infrastructure. Our colleagues here are talking about research and development. What do we require to achieve all this? We require resources, and that's why I think I've been given that opportunity to speak in that perspective of finance. So what is it that government needs to do to ensure we have sustainable blue economy? There are various variables which the government can play around with. Like when you talk of the physical policy, the government need to come up with a physical policy which is about how do we generate and how do we spend this revenue. We need to use our taxes in a better way. Like we're talking about expansion of the landing area for the ship. We need money. So we need to invest in aquaculture. We need to invest in other areas within the ocean. What are these incentives the government can come up with to encourage? Because you know the big government cannot do all the business. We need to encourage, incentivize the private sector to put their capital into the blue economy. So the government need to be seen to come up with physical policies which are conducive and which are going to attract capital from the private sector. We can now go to calling the public-private partnerships. How do you encourage these people to come and partner with the government so that they can provide the necessary services which otherwise the government would have provided? So the government needs to be seen to develop physical policies which incentivize or encourage private capital to come to the blue economy to be able now to make it sustainable. So the policy, I am happy to have my colleague from the State Department. So when they are coming up with the policy to support the blue economy, let's see how we can play around with the physical policies to attract and to sustain the ecosystem within the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a big hand, please? And last but not least, once again, Captain Marami, who will be talking to us from charting and navigation. And maybe you can answer a personal question of mine when we're going to get a maritime SGR from Mombasa to Lamu using the seaway. You can throw that in just for my own personal knowledge. But my question is, as a seasoned seafarer, what is your take on creating sustainable I beg your pardon, sustainable, my brain has gone off. Beg your pardon. Livelihoods, I beg your pardon, sustainable livelihoods along the coast?
So based on my vast travels around the world, I have managed to also work for MSC Cruises. Now, MSC Cruises was founded in a small town in Sorrento, which I've managed to visit. The streets of Sorrento, everyone is a seafarer. Everyone is a seafarer. Every restaurant you go there, Their fathers were captains on ships. Their aunties and uncles worked on ships. And this was because of a young man many years ago, Mr. Ponte, who started a shipping line and has improved the small island of Sorrento. Now, if I can capture that to our coastal livelihood in Mombasa, I'll speak about my expertise, seafaring. Yes, we have talked about seafaring. We have the Bandari Maritime Academy. However, there's a big gap, a very big gap. We keep training these kids. We keep training these young people in Bandari Maritime Academy, in Technical University. But what we don't understand is that many people don't know is that you cannot call yourself a licensed officer unless you've had at least 12 months experience at sea, where you've worked on ships. Now, Kenya does not have a ship that, we have ship owners, but they don't sail under the Kenyan flag. So we are at the mercy of international flags to beg for them to take. Yet year in, year out, we keep enrolling young people and promising them a future. However, their future is they cannot see any light, you know? Now, the government today, that we need to pose the biggest question is we need to figure out where are we going wrong? Are we going to pause the enrollment until we help those we've been recruiting since 2018 who just have the knowledge, the training, but do not have the license? So they're basically not seafarers because they have not gained the experience. And then we go back to the drawing board and figure out how we can assist them. Now, I'm an alumni of Solent University, Wasatch Maritime Academy. When they're enrolling young seafarers to study officers' degrees, you are not allowed to enroll unless you come in hand with an approved sea time from a company. So they have partnered with shipping companies who come in. The college has partnered with shipping companies. During career day, the shipping companies meet with these young kids and they get to choose where they want to go. And they'll be picked and they'll be trained all the way. This is how we can improve them. They improve the livelihood of seafarers. I've not lost hope. Many have asked, you left such a big lucrative job and came home. But because I know we need to fix this, I cannot carry on being a face of seafaring, yet I have people, many young people who have joined this industry who are losing hope. So I hope through Ocean Centers, this is something we can be able to sit back, go back to the drawing board and address this gap because the shortage is there, but they're not taking us. The question is why and what can we do about it?
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's a call to action for all of us. Perhaps to sum up and to close the panel, I know time is, okay, we have some little time. Perhaps you could do something like before where we, from your own niches in your experience, what would your vision be moving forward as far as creating sustainable livelihoods along the Kenyan coast is concerned? In any order or I don't know who would like to go first. Please, Prof, if you can pass the microphone to Professor. Yeah. Thank you.
And there's a way forward, which is we are already trying to do it with the help of the relevant sectors. We have a total of 640 kilometers long coastline, over 200 nautical miles offshore, vast water mass. But what are we doing? We need to come up with ways of how do we package the resources. All right. So one way is what we are doing. We are coming up with what we call collaborative fisheries management areas, and if you look at the Kenya coast all the way from Vanga at the south to North Coast Kiunga, all our coastline, we are doing what we call blocks of joint fisheries co-management areas. So we go to Shimoni, you have the Shimoni Vanga co-management areas. And what does that mean? It is an expansive area, all right, that has been mapped, surveyed, with use zones defined. So you can see, you can have an area that is maybe a no-take zone, that is for replenishment, that is conservation, areas of gear restrictions, areas of seasonal closure, and that is what we want to make use so that we can have sustainability in our fisheries. There are so many innovative ways of management traditionally, and we are talking of coming up with locally managed marine areas or community co-management areas. These are managed by the locals themselves so that they can improve on biodiversity and conservation. And we have championed now, currently we have almost 24 co-management areas. And apart from co-management areas, we go down, if we want sustainability, we look at species-based initiative management. And when I can give an example of the octopus fishery. All of you know octopus. They are short-lived species, but they can multiply very fast. And if they're subjected to any kind of effort, they can easily be destroyed or depleted. So what we are trying to do now with the community, especially Lamu, is to come up with octopus farms or octopus closures. So you close an area for 3 months to allow multiplication of octopus. And then you open the season for fishing. So by doing so, you're encouraging sustainability. And if you go to Lamu now, that has really worked. Women have been in forefront, and they're getting a lot of money through octopus closures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give Prof a big hand, please? As we pass it over to Mr. Samba, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. For the shipping sector, we are in the midst of an energy transition, and the view is that we'll have attained net zero by 2050, which means we have to move away from fossil fuel and start using renewable and alternative fuels. And therefore, I see an opportunity for Kenya having the port of Mombasa and the port of Lamu being a supplier of these alternative fuels. And their production will be done on land. And it's better to be done close to the ports, where there are coastal communities with the advantages that they're close to market, and the transportation footprint will be minimal. So I see an opportunity for training of the seafarers for these new alternative fuels, for positioning Kenya as a supplier of these fuels to be able to produce, and then the coastal people will be supplying the raw materials, participating in their production and their supply to the ships that call our ports, and make them hubs for these alternative fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samba. Tafadhali makofi. All right. We have limited time, so let me pass it to Mr. Kiilu. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. And I'll go back again to focus on ocean renewables, offshore renewables, and how the move towards green energy needs to be integrated with community aspirations. Because here we have the community, the coastal community, including fishers, and the indigenous community, and do they have a table to speak on as these developments occur? Because these are innovative ways of generating energy. Are they being allowed to have a voice? And I see this launch of the Ocean Centers Kenya as an opportunity to bring together those voices so that all communities from Vanga to Kiunga can be listened to as we transition from carbon-rich energy into blue-green energy sources. So it's an opportunity that, yes, it can generate good economic opportunities for Kenya, but then we need to bring the communities on board to the discussion table. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please continue, Mr. Kimon.
Okay, thank you. I think as we move forward and things must move, we need to look at how we can reform our financial sector. Reforms are necessary. What is it that we need to bring on board so that we can finance the initiatives which need to give us a sustainable blue economy? We can look at the blue bonds. The government can think of how we can maybe control how the bonds are going to be used, the infrastructure bonds. We need to have recreational facilities. How can the government give incentives? We can have insurance, because in the morning we had the fish mongers talking about when they lose their wares, there's no compensation. Can we have reforms which can bring up issues of compensating for the lost stock? We can also come up with funds which can encourage private investors to come and invest in blue economy activities. So we need to think on how we move from the traditional sources of finances to new ways of financing the new initiatives in the blue economy. And I think that is the way to go. We have to have financial reforms in the blue sector economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kimoro. And lastly, if you can wrap this up, Captain.
As we wrap up this, I think my emphasis now to sign out will be saying that the reason why everyone is amazed by my title being captain is because I'm a woman. So it's important we discuss inclusion and gender, the SDG 5. And my motto will always remain, has been, and will always remain, I am the first, but I do not ever want to be the last. So I hope that we will continue having conversations. And 5 years from now, we will have more than just Liz, maybe 5 more women who have grown to 10 women. So call to action. We have conversations about seafarers joining, but more so we encourage our young women to join this industry. We mentor them. We have policies in place that will create adequate, safe spaces for them, because it can seem scary, but it's doable. I can guarantee that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have a big hand for all our panelists? Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your insights with us. I'd like to invite you to the back of the room where a group photo will be taken. Can we have a big hand for them as they leave the stage? Thank you so much, Santeni. Now, that was our final panel for today. We are going to now wind up the program, and I'd like to call upon Olive. I don't know if Olive is in the room. Oh, I'll invite Philippa back to take over. Can we have a big hand for Philippa as she comes? Thank you very much for bearing with me in the 2 panels. Thank you so much.
I think the round of applause and appreciation goes to Kelvin. Coffee. That was amazing, Kelvin. Thank you so much. As you can see, nimerudishwa kazi. Nimerudi. So I love the conversations. The cameraman, I'm sorry. Let me start. So I have been asked to speak like this. Not my natural way, but thank you so much, Kelvin. Let's give him one more round of applause, please. And our panelists have been amazing, both the first and the second panel. I've learned so much. I thought I was just coming to moderate, but now I've learned quite a lot, and I'm also just getting feedback from our special envoy for maritime, and she says she's seeing that the story is shaping. Do we concur? Are we seeing a vision? Are we seeing how we can continue to be part of this great agenda? So yes, you can clap again. Yes. Yeah. So this basically just sets the stage of what you need to expect, especially after the launch today. I believe our launch should have something. I think we've spoken, we've had the stories, but how do you want us to launch? Do you want us to hold hands, jump up? We need to launch, guys. We've not launched. Si tumeongea. So, do we have something? Chicken dance? Protocols, am I observing them? Okay. So, without further ado, I will invite Olive Mumbo and Beth Elliott to give us the closing reflections and way forward. And then I'll wrap up with where we go for lunch and the group photo. Karibuni. Tuwapigie makofi. Sorry, I hope online you can still hear us. Please give a thumbs up if you can. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Philippa, for that. So Beth and I just want to say thank you to all of you who have attended. From my end, I'm looking forward to seeing the sustainable solutions that come from the interactions that we are going to have going forward. As mentioned, I will share with you guys the link to join Global Compact Network. I'm wearing blue because I love the ocean, but also I love the Global Compact. These are our primary colors, not this exact blue, but yeah, I'm trying. So yeah, that's what I have with that regard. And I can see Beth is wearing something reddish, which is kind of LRF, Let's Register Foundation colors. So I'll leave Beth to close up.
Thank you, Olive. There's been so much knowledge and insight shared in this room today, and I've learnt an incredible amount. So thank you all for sharing and being so open. It's really obvious that there's a lot to do. But what I really sense is passion in this room, and I sense a real spirit of collaboration. And I think that can give us all hope that we can move forward in a really powerful way that leads to a safer and more sustainable blue economy. So I just want to finish by saying a huge congratulations on the launch event today. I hope you will stay engaged in the initiative and attend the upcoming workshops. Somebody mentioned invisible voices before, and that's a big part of this initiative. We want to hear from all the voices that are involved. So I do hope those people do join the sessions and get involved. And thank you again for the privilege of being here with you all today. I've really appreciated it.
All right. I will leave Philippa to give us directions on what next, where we're going to have lunch and where we can do a group photo. And then, yeah, I think it's a wrap.
Are you Gen Z? It's a wrap. It's a wrap means we are at the end of the program. I know boomers might be a challenge. But anyway, we have come to the end. I really want us to launch. Unfortunately, for me, we have to like maybe stand up and hold hands, like tumeongea, able to launch, tupatie ngoma, DJ. Let's stand up and launch the Ocean Centers Kenya today. Next time, I promise you there'll be graduation gowns and things like that. I'm kidding. So how do you want us? So, and Olive, please come. This is your day. So I want us to come, let's demonstrate.